Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our special magistrate virtual hearing for October 28th, 2020. You are all currently in attendee mode. When your case is called, you will be promoted to panelist into our hearing room. At that time, you will unmute yourself and start your video to be sworn in. If you hear your case called and you are not immediately brought into the hearing room, please utilize the raise hand function and our moderator will assist you. Please do not use the raise hand function for general questions. Once your case is complete, you may log out of the hearing. We ask that you please ensure that you are in a quiet area, free from distractions, and are logged into one device only. Our first case is on page 8 and 9, Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE-2001-0995, case address 5433 Northeast 22nd Terrace, owners Antonio Martin Del Campo and Martha Del Campo. Additionally, on page 9, there is case number CE-2004-0081, case address 543 Northeast 22nd Terrace, owner Antonio Martin Del Campo and Martha Del Campo. Property posted 10/1/2020, posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development, Code Compliance Division. Oh, okay.
Give us 1 second, Inspector Jordan. We're bringing in the respondents.
Certainly. My apologies.
No worries.
Go ahead. Good morning, Mr. Campo. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Jordan.
Again, for the benefit of Mr. Del Campo, Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development, Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE-2001-0995. Property address is 5433 Northeast 22nd Terrace in the City of Fort Lauderdale, 33308. This property is an occupied RD15 zone duplex medium density residential property. On March 12, 2020, a violation of Section 9-280B of the City Code was observed by Senior Inspector John Suarez regarding raw sewage on the ground outside and sewage backing up into the unit. An inspection report was posted to the property and mailed to the owner's address as listed on the Broward County Property Appraiser's website. Upon resuming inspections after the COVID-19 lockdown, Inspector Jordan made contact with the complainant, who advised nothing had been done and there had been no communications with the officer from the owner. A final notice was processed and mailed on September 12th after a reinspection and again mailed to the address listed on BCPA. A reinspection was performed by Officer Jordan on September 23rd, and the inspection revealed that the violations remained unchanged. The case was scheduled for this hearing, and a notice of hearing was processed, posted to the property, and mailed to the owner's address listed on BCPA. Communication from the property owner began shortly before a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 23rd, in which the owner advised he had begun working towards compliance with the property. At the time of the pre-hearing inspection, the complainant in this case advised the officer the sewage still backs up into the unit and that extreme measures have to be taken not to cause a backup. The complainant in this case is registered, would like to be heard in this matter of the violation. Photographs were taken at the time of inspection are presented here as evidence of the case. The city's requesting a declaration that the violation exists, a time frame of no more than 3 days to comply, and thereafter the imposition of a civil penalty in the amount of $75 per day for each day the property remains in violation of this section.
Inspector Jordan, you stated that the tenant.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
You stated that the tenant would like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. She advised me as of yesterday that she would be registered and on the call this morning.
Her name?
Monica Jones.
I object to the presentation of Mrs. Jones since I was not advised that she would be speaking in this matter. She is a tenant.
Right to object.
No right to object?
No, sir, you don't. This is an administrative hearing.
Hi, Monica Jones. If you're present, please raise your hand. Monica Jones, if you're present, please raise your hand.
Monica Jones. If you're using the call-in feature on your phone, hit *9 to raise your hand.
We can continue.
Okay. Mr. DeCampo?
Yes,
Yes, this is Magistrate Flynn.
yes.
You willing and able to get the property under compliance within 3 days?
Um, I have attempted to get into the property to do the work. I have done some of the work, but not all of them, all of the work. And we have encountered a situation with the tenant because the tenancy or the matter is in litigation. I have filed an eviction uh, matter, and the it's being litigated at this point. So the tenant has made it almost impossible for me to do any kind of work. Um, Contractors have attended to the property and charged me, but they were not able to gain access to do the repairs. I've sent notices to the inspector to this effect, and I I don't know what else to do. I'm trying very hard. I comply with what the inspector, some of the items that the inspector pointed out to me. For example, the outside vent has been completed according to code. We have unscrewed the windows, which I did not put any screws in there, and the electrical problems has been completed, and so we're trying very diligently to comply with everything that needs to be done. I I have a contractor that was supposed to go in yesterday, and they did go in yesterday, but was not able to gain access to the property, and it had to be postponed until Saturday because the tenant indicated that she would not allow anyone until Saturday.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Del Campo is referring to the two matters of the other case in question. This particular case deals strictly with the sewage backup into the unit. The other matters he's discussing are referenced on other cases or are complied and have no place here, in my opinion.
Okay, Inspector, my docket says that the drain pipe and the sewer cap was complied with. Is that correct?
The pipe itself was complied. This matter is for the sewage backup itself. The reason it was placed on two separate cases is because the outside pipe had to go to the Broward County Health Department for resolution with that. This was for the sewage backup into the unit itself, has nothing to do with the pipe on the other case.
I have hired a company called Paradise Services, and they have gone yesterday to put a camera into the sewer line to ensure that there's no obstruction. We believe there's no obstruction, and the only way that I can prove this is by hiring a licensed contractor to put a camera in there and to show that there is no obstruction. That is what we're attempting to do, except that the tenant will not be cooperating.
Okay.
So I intend to do this just as soon as I can, and the company is willing and ready to go in and do whatever it takes. So we have been attempting to do this work, and we have been unable to do so because of the lack of cooperation from the tenant.
Okay, from what I understand, what you told me, she said you can come on Saturday. That's 3 days from today. So line your people up and get them in there on Saturday. So I'm going to grant the city's order, and if you run into a problem that she won't let you in, then contact the inspector, okay?
I will do so.
All right, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Magistrate Flynn,
Yes,
is that for the case on page 8 or
yeah,
page 9?
both cases,
Okay.
Both cases.
yes. And get
Thank you,
working
Your
on
Honor.
those as well, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now,
Thank you.
what am I supposed to, besides getting this work done, I will contact the inspector and to advise him that the work has been completed?
Yes,
I will do that.
okay, thank you, Mr. DeCampo.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 18. Captain Robert Kersawich, case number CE 19072339, case address 211 Southwest 2nd Street, number W, owner Riverwalk Center LTD. Case first heard 9/5/2019 to comply by 9/19/2019. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $39,000 accrued, 1 section complied at $100 per day, $11,900 accrued, $50,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Inspector?
We're
He
waiting
has
on the
his voice off.
respondents.
Do we still have a respondent?
Yes, sir, they're coming into the room now.
All right, thank you.
Mr. DeCampo, you can hang up now, or
Okay, I can leave.
you can leave now. Yes, your hearing's over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Please start your videos and unmute yourself so that you can be sworn in. Mr. Remy and Ms. Majid.
Good morning. Can you please both raise your right hand? Done. Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kasawaj. Go ahead, Robert.
All right. Your Honor, this is old business. They're coming back. This is a nightclub where they still have some work and outstanding violations that need to be corrected. Obviously, due to COVID, the governor has shut down these types of facilities and they had not been operating up until just recently. I'll let the respondent speak in reference to timeframes of coming into compliance. I will state on their behalf that they did submit a life safety plan. Their contention is that the last known life safety plan that we have on file lists the occupancy with a max cap of 350, which is the requirement for a fire alarm system in that structure. And they're stating that the max cap would be under the 300 level requiring the fire alarm system. So they were sending out for a new occupant load calculation. They did contract with a design professional who submitted a life safety plan. Unfortunately, the plan that they submitted was calculated based off of stair egress width and not off of the net gross floor area as required by the code. So they're going to have to go back to that engineer to have them recalculate the occupant load based on the net square footage. And then also there's the issue with the exit doors and the fact that the fire rating is no longer available for them due to the way that they fit within the door frames. So I'm sure they're going to be asking for probably 2 things: additional time to come into compliance and maybe some leniency on the fines that have accrued during the time period of when they were actually shut down by the governor.
Okay. Who is speaking on behalf of the property owner?
I am Raphael.
Okay. Uh, Raphael, why
Yes.
has this taken so long to get done?
Well, we've been closed, and honestly, I didn't even know whether we were still going to be in business or not. We were closed for 7 months.
Okay.
They just allowed us to open up, and like he said, I had the life safety plan, and we called them in last week to look over what we submitted and got approved.
Okay.
And
How much time do you need to get that life safety plan done the correct way?
well, I think I was waiting to hear back from him to see what was the correct way, because there was some inconsistencies on what we thought should be done or not. And as far as the calculation, where when we brought in the plan actually got approved, but when he came to check it out, he says he believes it's done incorrectly, but he was going to get back to us to let us know with the plan reviewer to figure out if it needs to be changed or not.
Well, the
Your
inspector
Honor, if I could,
needs to be changed, but go
Say it
ahead.
again, ma'am. I didn't hear you.
The inspector just told you it needs to be changed. It was based on calculations that don't meet with the code.
Right, but he said he was going to check back with the person that approved it and get back to us and let us know, because it was still not clear whether it was going to be
Okay,
based
well,
on
we're going to make everything clear today. City Attorney, you wanted to say something?
yes, thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Your Honor, I just want to note this case is over a year old. So while the business may have been shut down over the summer, there are certainly things that are not in compliance that could have and should have been well done by now, particularly the self-closing doors. That should have already been done. That does not take a year and a month to fix doors, and certainly during the time frame within which they were closed, that would be an ideal time to do that. Similarly, the artificial turf that was added to the walls and the draperies that don't meet the fire standards, fire retardant standards, those again could have easily been removed, altered, or otherwise come into compliance within a year and a month that we're here now. So again, I mean, I appreciate what the captain said, but these are items that could have and should have been done well before the business was shut down. As Your Honor notes, the compliance initially was for September of last year.
Can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, we had so many violations, and some of the ones that you just stated, we did fix. The only one that we did not come in compliance with is the one with the door. And like I said, we've been closed since March. We didn't even know if we were going to be open, but we had probably close to 15 or 20 violations. And the one with the turf and the drapes were all taken care of already. The only thing that was left is the life safety plan, which we got done, and the doors.
Okay, Raphael, you're still closed now.
No, we just opened up last week, but we're having issues, 2 weeks ago, but we're still having issues because there is a curfew in place with 11 o'clock, and we open at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, well.
So it's like,
So you're essentially closed. If
you're,
you're obeying the law, you're closed. All right, Inspector, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation would be, I think the court should take some kind of consideration for the fines that did accrue during this shutdown period. Again, I don't think we're out to get anything more than compliance, but we do want the buildings to be safe. They did take care of the artificial turf and stuff almost immediately. The only issue was the curtains that were in there, and there was some mattresses. Only until my last recent inspection were we able to get back into the property to find that violation in compliance. So
Captain, they can't.
I know that they're working forward in getting a new life safety plan.
How long? do you
And
think
if the
this will-
calculations do come in, then that would resolve the issue with the fire alarm system. I'm in favor of giving them the additional time, seeing that, as stated, they're basically still shut down.
Okay, and how much time do you think they will need to get this in compliance?
Well, I wouldn't want to go too much longer on it, but I'm in favor of at least 90 days. If a permit needs to be obtained to change out those doors, the doors and the door frames, to get well-fitted doors that are in there. Basically, it's just the heavy use, probably, obviously with a nightclub, there's a lot of activity that probably goes on where doors get slammed into and they're in complete disrepair.
Okay,
It's not something that they would be able to repair these doors. It looks like there's been repair work that's been done to them for a number of years. It's probably at a point where it's going to need to be replacement. And I'm in favor of that additional time frame in order to obtain permits and get with their design professional.
okay. What I'm gonna do, if no one has anything else, is I'm gonna give them 91 days to bring the property into compliance. But I am not going to lower the fines or address the fines at this time. When the property's in compliance, they're gonna have to come back and talk about the fines.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Luke Boudrum. This was in order to reappear for case number CE 17051808. Case address 1500 Southwest 17th Street. Owner SHM South Fork LLC. Case first heard 5/16/19 to comply by 11/21/19. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. $5,400 has accrued and it continues to accrue.
Mr. Cooper, can you please unmute your microphone? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Inspector, you need to unmute.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Luke Boudrum with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on 5/16/2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. I spoke with Mr. Colby Cooper in regards to the violation. Fines have been suspended since November 21st, 2019 to September 4th, 2020. There's been significant improvement. Like I said, I spoke with the owner earlier this morning and we came to the agreement that there would be a 90-day extension in order for him to complete compliance of the repair of the seawall. I'll now turn it over to the respondent.
Okay, Mr. Cooper, are you in agreement with the 91-day extension?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Lois Tarosky. Case number CE 20060320. Case address 2108 Southeast 18th Street. Owner Myrtle A. Jackson. Property posted 9/25/2020. Posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
I don't see anything. Bonnie, please. Miss Bonnie, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tarosky. Unmute your microphone.
Good morning.
morning.
This is Lois Trowski for the city. This is case CE 2006-0320, address 2108 Southeast 18th Street. This property was first inspected on June 8th, 2020. The following violation was discovered. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. The backyard is covered in overgrowth of weeds and bushes and piles of mulch. A pre-hearing inspection took place on 10/27/2020, and the violation remains. I've been in contact with the property owner on and off during this whole process via email and or telephone. The city is requesting the violation be brought into compliance within 10 days or a fine of $25 per day be imposed thereafter. I'll let the respondent speak.
Ms. Siri,
Yes, ma'am.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you clean up your yard within 10 days, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Make sure that you do it, otherwise the fines will start to accrue after that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lois.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 20020581. Case address 2900 Northwest 20th Street. Owner Andrea Rodriguez. Property posted 10/18/2020. Posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
That was muted.
Good morning, Miss Andrea. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Proto.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 20020581. Address 2900 Northwest 20th Street. The property was inspected on 2/16/2020, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 subsection A has complied. 9-280 subsection A subsection 1. The fence on the property is in disrepair and it's not being maintained as required. There are sections of the fence that are leaning and the top support bars are missing in different sections of the fence. An inspection report was posted on the property on 2/16/2020. I re-inspected the property on 3/16/2020. A notice of hearing was posted on 10/18/2020. As of a pre-hearing inspection on 10/26, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $25 a day.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Magistrate Flynn. Can you take care of that fence within 35 days for us?
I believe so. To be honest with you guys, I'm new to this whole homeowners thing. My home was gifted to me. So I'm kind of lost on the next step, but I guess I will figure it out in the next 35 days because I don't want to have to pay a fine.
Yes, well, you either have to repair the fence or remove it. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yes.
So that's your two choices to bring the property into compliance.
And to remove it, do I have to get a permit to remove it?
No.
No. You
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so I can just have someone come take it down?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, then definitely. I can have that done in 35 days.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Case number CE 20020379. Case address 5200 Northeast 19th Avenue. Owner Laura Roberts. Certified mail was achieved for this property on 10/20/2020 and posted at City Hall 10/14/2020. Our moderator is assisting Laura in signing into the hearing via cell phone. I'm sorry, Vaughn. The moderator is still assisting the respondent, so we're going to move to the next case. We'll call you right back up. Our next case is an administrative hearing on page 14. Inspector Wanda Aquavela. Case number SE 2007-0050. Case address 821 Northwest First Avenue. Owner 335 Northwest 20th Street LLC. Ms. Andrea Rodriguez. I'm sorry, Angel Garcia.
Right. He was on the last case.
Angel Garcia, please unmute yourself and start your video so that we can swear you in.
Done.
And start your video, please, sir.
Or there we go.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm?
Hold on. There we go.
Okay. Do you swear?
Let's see. Why are we?
Okay.
There.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wanda.
Okay, good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Alfabella for the city. Case number and address is read. Your Honor, we cited the property and went back 48 hours later, a minimum of 48 hours later, and the garbage was still out there. We took pictures and submitted it for city removal. Turn your volume off.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes, ma'am.
what is it you'd like to tell me?
Okay. If you look at the photos, it keeps on. Okay, there. Can we keep that one at a stance, at a still?
Okay, I can see it.
Okay. Our property is on the right-hand side. I checked with the four tenants. None of the four tenants say that furniture was there. They did, in fact, attest and tell me that on that street, there is a continuous problem of things being dropped off and just tossed to the wayside. Like I said, our property is the one on the right-hand side where the cars are. This is like, it started off in the electrical post that divides both properties. The other property it's not ours. But now you see the photo was tossed there. We had last year an issue where, and one of the tenants did say yes, that by mistake they had, not by mistake, they had moved down from Dade County, and they had put a mattress right behind our trash bins, which our trash bins are on the far right-hand side of the building. That's where they always put their trash, and they thought that trash pickup, they could put the trash there. I found out after the fact. Hindsight, they admitted to it.
We're not here on that case, Mr. Garcia.
No. What I'm trying to say is they themselves, none of the four attested that that furniture was there, was dropped off by them, and then obviously we're being cited for it. We have no control.
The issue under the code is not who did it, it's that it was on your property.
Yep.
And you got notice to remove it. So,
okay.
Inspector, can you address yourself to the fact that he says his property's to the right and this bulk trash is not on his property?
Yes, ma'am. The bulk trash started out by that pole, and when we came back for our reinspection, it had been moved. It's the exact same bulk trash. It was just moved away from his property. By whom, I have no idea.
Okay. I'm sorry, but the pole is right smack in the middle of both property lines. Why is it assuming that it's ours and not maybe thrown? This is what I'm trying to get at.
I can only address where the trash is located. I can't try to figure out where it came from or anything.
It's on the property line between both properties. It's not on my property itself.
It's on your property and the property next door.
That thing was right smack in the middle of that, right in front of that pole. That pole is right in the middle of both property lines. I understand if it was ours, but it's kind of hard to then pick up a cost for something that, I'm just trying to find.
Well, I mean, why didn't you call me and try to deal with it? Or
I did not find out anything until I received a letter on the address that it was mailed to at 16111 in Dade County. I didn't know anything before then. That's the one and only time. Okay. Otherwise, I would have easily called. I've dealt with code enforcement in other properties in Broward without any issues. I immediately called, but I wasn't advised of this until
I understand. Well, Your Honor, it was in front of his property, and we did go back, and it was still there, and we did send the city to remove it.
Okay. I'm going to find for the city, based on the inspector's testimony, that it was on the property and then moved. Okay. Next hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is also on page 14, an administrative hearing. Case number SE 200500056. Case address 1315 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner Iosin Diaz Rodriguez.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Wanda.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Good morning, again, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. We cited the property, posted it with notice of violation, returned a minimum of 48 hours later. The trash was still out there, took more pictures, and sent our truck to remove it.
Okay.
I can't hear.
Ms. Sandino?
Yes.
Okay. What would you like to tell me about why the trash wasn't timely removed?
Initially, I was under the impression that it was for a black bag and for the bin that was out there. We did remove that garbage because that was where there was an orange X on it. So we was able to get rid of that. But I didn't know that the citation was also for the trees because everybody on their neighborhood had their bulk trash outside as well.
All right, well, it is, tree material is bulk trash, and it's your responsibility to put it out when it's supposed to be put out, and not, just any day of the month. Do you understand that?
No, I know it's not any day of the month.
Pardon me?
That I understand that it's not on any day of the month. It's usually in the beginning of the month.
Okay. Anything else from the inspector?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna find for the city.
Our next case is on page 15. Case number SE-19110063. Case address 1319 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner OJ Freedom Realty LLC. Inspector Wanda Aquavela.
Good morning. Please unmute your microphone and raise your right hand, please.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wanda.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. We cited the property on November 12th, 2019, and returned a minimum of 48 hours later, and the trash was still there, and we sent our truck to have it removed. Pictures were taken, property was posted.
Okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is this Magistrate Flynn? It looks like you had a mattress out there. Why wasn't it removed or timely put out for bulk trash?
Yes, I understand that, but there is another property next to my property. The property they are adjacent to my property, the 1323. The tenant at that time was moving out. So they usually put their trash out there in my property. But I never receive any, I understand that they are in my property. I didn't receive any notice from any code inspector whatsoever to remove anything. So that's why that thing happened there. But that's not coming from my property. That's the other property.
Okay, sir, I'm looking at the notice that is taped to you, your front porch, and that's permissible under the law. And, unfortunately, even though I understand the plight of a lot of homeowners that people dump things on their property,
Yes.
if you've been properly served, you have to remove it, sir. So there's really nothing else I can do for you today. I'm going to find this.
So, go ahead. My question is, at this point, the notice, I don't live there. This is a tenant property. So,
But it's still your responsibility as the owner of the property.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I have another question. So how I'm gonna get that taken care of?
Okay, Inspector, you want to help him out as to how
Yes.
he pays that?
He's, whatever the bottom of the bill tells him to do. I mean, is that what you're asking, how to pay it?
Yeah, how I'm gonna get it taken? I never receive a bill either. The only thing I receive is this notice for this interview today, virtual hearing. That's the only thing I receive. I never receive any other bills, stuff.
Okay, take my phone number down And call me.
All right, let me write it down. Go ahead.
954
Mm-hmm.
5857.
8585
828
828
5857.
57. What is your name, please?
Wanda.
All right, Wanda.
All right.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector. We're recalling the case on page 9 for Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Case number CE 2002039, case address 5200 Northeast 19th Avenue. Owner Laura Roberts. Certified mail was received for this property on 10/20/2020 and posted at City Hall on 10/14/2020.
Laura, could you hit *6 to unmute yourself?
This is on page 9, right?
Yes, the
Bottom of the page. Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, it appears that the respondent accidentally hung up her phone. Sorry, Vaughn. We'll call you again. Our next case is on page 32. It's a hearing to impose fines for Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 18091090. Case address 941 Southwest 21st Terrace. Owner 941 Terrace FL LLC in care of CFR Realty Partners LLC. This case was first heard on 5/16/19 to comply by 7/4/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $50 per day. $7,650 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Ms. Gray, good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dorian.
Good morning. Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 18091090. Case address is 941 Southwest 21st Terrace. This case came before the special magistrate on May 16, 2019, where evidence was presented. The magistrate found for the city, and there have been 2 extensions given since the original compliance date of July 4th, 2019, plus another extension due to COVID-19 from March 20th through September 4th of 2020. As of my last reinspection on October 5th, 2020, the violation remains as depicted on the photos. And the city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Ms. Gray, your response?
Good morning, Dina Gray on behalf of the property owner who is the landlord. There have been a few extenuating circumstances with the property. First being, as you can see from the photos, the tenant had items on the property, which made it difficult for the contractor to get in to do his inspection. 3 of the 4 violations have been complied, so the remaining violation is regarding paving and striping the parking lot. The landlord has been doing his best to work with the tenant so that he can remove those items so that they could do the work. Simultaneously, the property owner's contractor submitted a permit application for the work to do the paving, and the permit application has been routed through the appropriate departments, and the engineering department has approved it, and I was also informed that the building department has approved it. Unfortunately, zoning denied it with some comments that the parking layout and striping needs to be updated with more calculations. So the property owners has also engaged an engineer to come in and to resubmit the plan to the city and for review by the zoning department. So we're just asking for some extra time for that to occur. There has been a little bit of a delay with the plans being routed due to COVID and with response time with comments and to be able to resubmit to the city. And now we're still in progress in terms of comments and responses and addressing the responses to city staff.
How much time are you asking for?
At this time, right now, we need to resubmit to zoning. So I think that we would need at least, I would say 90 to 120 days. It's really dependent on how quickly it could go through the system and approved.
Inspector, anything else?
The only concern I have was, I mean, I do realize we are in the middle of a pandemic, but I'm looking at the permit that was filed on May 13th, and it did go back out to the owner or contractor at the end of May. So there were still, I guess there were corrections that needed to be made, and that's it has been quite some time. So in this case has been going on for, it was way before COVID. So we wouldn't be opposed to an extension, but I believe that length of time is a little bit too long. I would say 35 days would be more appropriate.
Okay. All right, I'm going to grant the 35 days. And if you run into a problem, Ms. Gray, with, permitting or whatever, contact the inspector and timely request an extension. But I am not seeing as much diligence on your client's part that I need to see. So.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 190103339. Case address 3030 Southwest 7th Street. Owner Margaret Elas. Case first heard 5/16/19 to comply by 6/27/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda.
Okay, you start your video.
2 sections not complied at $25 per day for $9,400. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $7,300 accrued. A total of $16,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Can you please unmute your microphone, Margaret?
Unmute. Hello?
We can hear you. Please raise your right hand.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, I can't see. Can you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dorian.
Good morning, Inspector Cologne for the city. Case number is CE 19090339, and the case address is 3030 Southwest 7th Street. This case came before the special magistrate on May 16th, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. There have been 2 extensions given since the original compliance date of June 27th, 2019, plus another extension due to COVID-19 from between March 16th and September 4th. As of my last reinspection on October 26, 2020, the violations remain as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Okay, Margaret?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you tell me why this property has not been brought into compliance? It's been going on since May of 2019.
Yes, ma'am. For the driveway, I mean, the house and everything has been taken care of. The driveway, we submitted for around in March, I believe, or even around March for a permit. we didn't hear anything. And then I finally got a notice from them about a couple of weeks ago that the permit was ready. I went there and I was going to pay, and I found out that the contractor had they lost their didn't pay, renew their license or something like that. And so I got contact with them. I didn't know anything about that. And I went and contacted them, and they said that they had gone and renewed everything. So I went down and paid for the permit. I've got the permit now. And the driveway is going to be done.
When are they going to start the work?
I have no idea. They haven't called me. I've got the permit work right here, and I'm going to give them a call and tell them to get going as soon as possible. But this past couple of weeks, it's been raining so much. It would be all right if I was doing asphalt, but I'm not. I'm doing concrete.
Okay.
So
and what about the landscaping? Why hasn't that been addressed?
the landscaping?
Yes.
Oh, I just haven't had a chance to get out there and cut the grass yet.
Well, this has been going on for over a year.
But we did all the landscaping in there. We did put the grass in and everything.
Your Honor, if I may, sorry. So the landscaping has been done. There is some missing landscaping in the right of way, though, that still needs to be addressed. And then part of the landscaping is, I believe, is where she's going to be putting the driveway. Okay. So it's really just a little bit in the right of way that would need to be done. Just to let you know.
Yes, they said that they will be putting in everything. They have to level it out and everything, and then they're going to put grass there also.
All right, I'm going to give you 21 days to get it done, or the fines will begin to accrue again, and then you're going to have to come back when the property's into compliance to address the fines. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We are recalling the case on page 9.
Okay.
Inspector Case number CE 200200379, case address 5200 Northeast 19th Avenue. Owner Laura Roberts, certified mail was presented to this property on 10/20/2020 and posted at City Hall on 10/14/2020.
Laura, could you hit *6 to unmute yourself?
Ms. Roberts, please press *6 on your cell phone to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, can you please state your
I'm
name?
ready.
Good.
Yes, it's Lara F. Roberts.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
I'm raising my right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Malakias.
Good morning. Inspector Malakis for
Good
the
morning.
city. Inspector Malakis for the city, presenting case number and address as read for the property of 5200 Northeast 19th Avenue. Inspected this RS8 single-family residential zone property as a result of a complaint received on February 12, 2020, and discovered the following violation: 47-34.1.8.1. There were outdoor storage items such as old buckets, bins, fishing rods, containers, items covered with a top, an old tree stump, and other items about the front driveway of the lawn and the lawn of the property. There was also an oversized awning on top of a vehicle parked on the driveway. This is a recurring violation per cases CE 1812-0025, cited on the 12th of the 4th, 2018, and CE 1903-03 80, cited on 3rd of the 6th, 2019, under the same section. This case is presented before the special magistrate for a finding of fact, whether it comes into compliance or not. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on October 26th that shows the property is now in compliance. The city is requesting that any further violation of this ordinance by the same property owner within a 5-year period be cited as a repeat violation with fines occurring from the day of the violation was found to exist.
Okay, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Why is this such a problem and why does this keep happening?
Well, first of all, I do fully accept responsibility as the property owner and that I have made every effort to maintain compliance. And I am sure that Inspector Malakias will tell you that that is true. Unfortunately, the only thing I have in my defense is that I have an extended family member who lives on the property and has caused most of the problems with the outdoor storage. He is fully aware of the code enforcement issues and that they've become reoccurring. He has some borderline bipolar issues and has very little regard for my requests and boundaries with these issues and the problem with the outdoor storage. So it's been difficult to communicate the hardship that it's causing me. I don't know if there's any other remedy that could be made. I have no idea. But anyway, I find it, I can't in good conscience ask him to leave during COVID-19. And I can't carry, some of these heavy items myself, and he has taken them away. He has tried to comply with this. So, and I have too, and I've been, especially since after the rain, been out there trying to make sure everything is in compliance and that, it looks very nice.
Okay. All right. Well, apparently, if he's complied the property now, he understood what the responsibility was. And
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite hear.
Yes, if he complied with the the property now, he obviously understood what the problem was. So that's progress. But because this is a recurring violation, I'm making a finding of fact that the violation existed. So if it happens again, you will be fined.
Okay, I understand. And what kind of fines are those exactly?
We request $25 per day, every day that the violation exists.
Okay, I understand. Now, if there is an additional violation or you come by and say that, something is not in compliance, if it's corrected that day, does that mean it's a $25 fine?
No, it's basically for the same violation, the outdoor storage items that were stored at the property. So.
Okay, well, I guess maybe I'm trying to figure out that if there is something out there that you don't approve of, I mean, I know that you're allowed to come by any time, and I know that you have to answer any kind of complaint that's been made, whether it's factual or not. So, I'm just trying to figure out, what the basis is and how they start fines. That's all.
Okay, if the items that was named were found at any point in time stored on the property, at the driveway, the front of the property, or on the lawn, and it's corrected that particular day, a fine for that day will be, you'll be made to pay that particular fine for that day. But once you correct it, then it'll be complied.
Okay, I understand. Well, the reason I'm asking that is because, when you look at the, I forget where the code thing is, but anyway, it's the section on outdoor storage is not very clear. So in fact, it's vague at best, and it never has been made very clear to me. So, I mean, I don't think it's anything we need to discuss now, but in the event that there is an additional, problem, I would like to be able to address it with you personally, Mr. Malakias. Yes, ma'am.
Let your guide be the fact that the property is now in compliance. So keep it the way it is and you'll have no further problems.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Malakias. I appreciate all your help.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. And if you have any questions as to what should be stored out front of the property, you can contact me at
Right.
the number listed.
Okay. I've got it. I've got your numbers, and I thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome. Have
you.
a
I
good day.
appreciate your time. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. Inspector Mike Sanguinetti, case number CE 20030144, case address 1748 Southwest 20th Street, owner MC Squared Properties LLC, property posted 10/1/2020, posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hold on, Mike. Good
Inspector
morning,
Michael.
Mark. Please raise, Mike, please hold on. Good morning, Mark. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning again, Inspector Michael Sanguinetti, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case. Address is read. Routine inspection of this fenced vacant residential lot zoned RD 15 on March 17, 2020, found the following violation. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, including but not limited to rotten wood and tree stumps on property and swale areas. Nuisance notice was posted on the property on March 17th, 2020, including mailing notice to property owner as listed on Broad County Property Appraiser, allowing 10 days to correct. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 26th, 2020, and from photos submitted shows that the lot is being cleared but hampered by it being waterlogged. The city is requesting that the property be brought into full compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter be imposed.
Sir. Mr. Masano, you need to unmute.
Please unmute your microphone, Mr. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
I believe so. What has happened is there's been a lot of progress. To me, the pictures are confusing because the large tree trunk is, as far as I know, is gone, and the other wood was loaded into a trailer. And what happened is our contractor had a problem getting it out of there. The site was flooded. The drainage in that area is not very good. And he had some issues. And from what I understand, he spoke directly with Mr. Sanguinetti and that they came up with the 10 days. So of course I have no objection to more time, and I'm hoping my contractor that 10 days is enough.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 23. A hearing to impose fines, case number CE 17-120622, case address 1200 Southwest 28th Street, owner Robert Ewing. Case first heard 2/7/2019 to comply by 5/9/2019, suspended 6/6/19 to 2/6/2020, and 2/2020 to 4/23/2020. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $1,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Mr. Ewing, please start your video and unmute yourself, please.
Good morning, Mr. Ewing. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
You do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, Inspector Michael Sanguinetti, presenting case and address is read. Case first came before a special magistrate on December 19th, 2019, where a special magistrate ruled for the city. Violations, 9-280B, building parts not maintained, 9-308A, roof not in good repair. Both violations were complied on March 23rd, 2020, coinciding with the building department's final inspection. Administrative cost is $930. The city is asking for reduced administrative costs of $400.
Mr. Ewing, this is
Yes.
Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to administrative costs of $400?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation, sir.
Here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Mike Sanguinetti, case number CE 1808159. Property address 417 Southwest 16th Street, owner Richard Rogers Estate. This case was first heard on 1/17/2019 to comply by 4/4/2019. Suspended 6/6/19 to 11/7/19 and 12/5/19 to 3/19/2020. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $9,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning. Michelle and Robert, please raise your right hand and lower your screen. I can't see you.
Can you see us?
Yes, I can. Can you please
Okay.
both raise your right hand? Push it over a little bit more, Robert, to your left. Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Inspector Michael Sanguinetti, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address is read.
Good morning, Michael.
Hi, good morning. Case was first heard at Special Magistrate on January 17th, 2019, where evidence was presented and Special Magistrate ruled for the city. The violations were 9-306, exterior maintenance, and 9-308B, roof with debris. The last remaining violation, 9308B, was complied on March 15, 2020. Administrative costs is $1,298. The city will ask for a reduced cost of $500.
Okay, Mr. Longway,
Yes, ma'am.
the city has agreed to reduce the fine from $9,100 to $500 in administrative costs. Are you in agreement with that?
I under any other circumstance, I would say 100%. That's totally we appreciate the courts, but if you would just allow me to say a few things, please, about the property and the owner of the property. The owner of the property, the house is actually still in the estate of, because we are in the process of going through a reverse mortgage. This property, all this debt was left on us unknowingly. All of those fines were accrued simply just because my mother, who owns the property, didn't have the money. She's on a fixed income for disability. She only gets like $700 a month to take care of her and my nephew. And this property was gifted to her through my uncle who passed away, unbeknownst all of the violations. And we were able to take care of all of the violations that we could take care of, except for the roof, which cost several $1,000s that we were only able to afford once the estate was actually gone through and we could gain access to money within the estate. And then we were immediately caught up on our violations with that final extension. So really, had we actually had the money, we never would have been in violation to begin with. So what I'm saying is, she doesn't even have the $500 to be able to pay you because she's still short at the end of the month. She doesn't have enough money to even survive. So the $500, I can say again, we appreciate it, but if you could please take that into consideration, that the money's just simply not there. And especially with the COVID going on and everything, it's just been extra hard with people trying to help out. That would just be a further burden on her to try to have to come up with $500 somehow, some way.
Mr. Longway, is there any other money in the estate that's coming to you or her?
No, ma'am. And actually, there's still $20,000 in debt, and we have to actually sell the property. That's what we're doing. We're fixing the property to sell it because it's so far in debt. We're not able to retain the property. We have to sell it.
All right. In light of the hardship, I'm going to waive the fines.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys have a blessed day.
You too.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Mike Sanguinetti, case number CE 1909065, Case address 1200 Southwest 31st Street. Owner Spencer Yee, Pijaman Razavilar, Michael McDavid, and Eugene Lee. Case first heard 2/6/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. $11,400 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Please unmute your microphone. Okay.
Am I unmuted?
Yes. Can you please raise your hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, Inspector Michael Sanguinetti, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on February 6, 2020, where Magistrate ruled for the city. Respondent was not present at that time. Violations cited 18-12A, which is not complied, 9-280B, building parts deteriorated and not maintained, 9-306, the exterior building walls not maintained, 9-308B, trash, debris, and mildew stains on the roof. As of October 26th, the 3 violations remain unabated. Property representative has signed up to speak, so he'll elaborate further to ask for a stay of fines and his intentions for the property.
Okay, Mr. Yee,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning. Why is it taking so long to bring this property into compliance?
I did not receive notice of the violations for various reasons. No excuse, but after speaking to code enforcement, Mr. Sanguinetti, we understand that we can demolish the property, which is the current plan. So we would just like to request a extension to get the permits to demolish the property, and then we're happy to to discuss and pay whatever fines that we may owe. But that's our plan to address the issues. We're just going to demolish the property.
Okay, and have you hired someone to take care of that and do the permitting for you?
We've hired a contractor. We haven't got the permit yet. We understand it takes a little bit of time. So whatever you feel is reasonable, we'll make it happen.
Okay. Anything else from the city inspector?
An extension of 45 days for the demo permit.
Okay. I'm going to give you 49 days in which to get that permit, get the place demolished, and bring the property into compliance, okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
During that time, but you have fines that have already accrued that you're going to have to come back and address once the property's in compliance.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Mike Sanguinetti, case number CE 19011318, case address 605 Southwest 17th Street, owner C4 Navigator LLC. Case first heard 6/6/2019 to comply by 7/18/19, suspended 9/19/19 to 10/3/19, and 2/20/20 to 4/2/2020. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $10,050 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Courtney. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, Inspector Mike Sanguinetti, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on June 6, 2019, where evidence was presented and Special Magistrate ruled for the city. Violation 25-13, gravel placed along right-of-way and swale area. The city is asking for imposition of fines, but the attorney has asked for a reduced fine, reduced rates. So she'll elaborate further.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of C4 Navigator. This case, and I believe, Your Honor, the city has a companion case, and the pictures may show both of these multifamily properties, one in the foreground, one in the background. Was a situation where in the end of the original citation for the property had to do with appropriate parking. The corrective action ultimately being a commercial paving permit. The property owner, when they were cited with the parking deficiency, immediately placed gravel in the swale that Your Honor sees is now sodded. They did that within 30 days of being cited for deficient parking, assuming that is where they should appropriately correct the parking. Obviously, they were then cited for the case and cases that are before Your Honor this morning. The commercial paving permit, which was the ultimate solution for these properties, which are decades old, was again submitted to the city within 30 and 60 days of these violations processed. A question came up as to whether appropriate parking could be permitted and approved by the city, given again how old these buildings and them being legally non-conforming. The property owner diligently pursued that ultimate parking solution, retained our office to go back and research that the driveways could be conformed as close as possible to current code, but were legally non-conforming. It took almost a year, Your Honor, for that permit, which again was timely submitted to be closed out. As soon as that occurred, the property owner pulled the appropriate permit and restored the swale from gravel to grass. The reason they did not do that during the pendency of the commercial paving permit was it may have been necessary to seek approval from the city to keep it gravel under a different path. So with that, and as Your Honor can see from the photographs, the property, this is from May. I had shared with Inspector Sanguinetti yesterday. This property is meticulously maintained. Again, this was a attempt by the owner to correct what they thought they were being told to do, which was to accommodate more cars, and the solution ended up taking more time. So with that, if Your Honor would consider a reduction in this case to administrative costs. This is a property owner who, when a problem was identified, including a historical records issue, pulled the appropriate permits, spent the appropriate, and I think maybe above and beyond amount of investment on landscaping, did obviously appropriately permit the companion commercial paving permit, and continues to maintain these properties to date.
Okay, anything else from the city?
There are two, we have no objections to the administrative cost, but there are two cases. The other case is CE 1902-0274, 601 Southwest 17th Street.
That's on?
It's on page 23.
The properties are contiguous.
Okay, what's administrative?
The administrative costs for 605 Southwest 17th Street is $1,399. And for 601 Southwest 17th Street, the administrative cost is $1,740.
Okay, Ms. Crush, I'm gonna grant the city's costs in this, $1,399 for 605 and $1,740 for 601.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 10. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, Senior, case number CE 20040445, case address 900 Northwest 10 Terrace, owner Janelle Gomez Revocable Trust, Janelle Gomez trustee. Property posted 9/30/2020, posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Yes, correct. So after
Good morning, Anna. Can you please unmute your microphone? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wilson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
is Senior Inspector Quintero Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. Case number CE 200-40445. Case address 900 Northwestern Terrace. I first inspect this commercial property, Zone B3, on 4/27/2020, following an action item complaint, and observe the following violation. 9-306, the exterior building walls has not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and dirty paint. 47-34.1 point capital A point 1 point. There is an illegal land use occurring at this property, including but not limited to on-roof outdoor storage of car, metal parts, pallets, wood pallets, and dismantled vehicles at the rear of the dwelling. 47-19.4 point capital B point 1. The bulk container, 2-yard dumpster for this property is consistently stored upon the right of way of the, and there is an illegal land use occurring at the property, including but not limited. I'm sorry, Your Honor, the bulk trash is already complied. They put it inside the fence. So 47-19.4 capital B point 1 is complied. 15-28, there are business at this location operating without a current GR business tax receipt. 47-20.20 point capital G, there are several vehicles parked stored on the driveway and swale while waiting for service and more than 24 hours. The posting mail of legal document has been done by the department protocol. I spoke with the property owners and the family member, the daughter of the owner, and in reference to these violations, the violation enforcement and the way to comply, explaining, and they understood. They asked for an extension of time to comply with these violations. It's no BCPA record change since 1/3/2018. A pre-hearing inspection on Monday of this week found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 63 days to come into compliance, or $50 a day to begin to accrue for each violation thereafter.
Thank you. Ms. Ferraro?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement with 63 days to bring the property into compliance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
Not yet. Give him a little bit of time. 4012.
Our next case will be on page 44. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 18081609, case address 4721 Bayview Drive, owner Frederick L. Walters. Case was first heard 9/9/2020 to comply by 10/11/2020. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day, $1,350 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Frederick, could I have you hit *6 to unmute yourself? Frederick, hit *6 on your cell phone. There you go.
There should also be a Gary Moses for this case.
He's present. We're waiting on him to unmute.
Hello?
Hello.
So could
Can
you
you hear
both?
me?
Yes, we can hear you, Frederick. Can you please state your name for the record?
It's not noisy here, but I'm having a little trouble hearing you. What did you say?
Please state your name for the record.
Frederick L. Walters?
And can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Pardon?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Moses, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Wilson.
Thank you. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269 on behalf of the city. Case number CE 1A081609. Case address 4721 Bayview Drive. This case first came to a special magistrate on 9/9/2020 via a stipulation agreement where evidence was presented and a special magistrate Judge Purdy found for the city. These violations were first cited on 8/22/2018 for the dead tree, and an inspection response was amended on 8/19/2020 when I took over the case and scheduled it for a hearing. They were conversations by phone in person with the property owner. During this conversation, the status of the violation and corrective action was discussed. Case is not in compliance, Your Honor, and is the position of the city that fines being imposed as read, and the city is also requesting the fine to be increased to $50 a day per violation due to the property condition and the nuisance created to the surrounding properties and to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. It's no more extensions. The city doesn't agree with any more extensions to the property owner. The case is since 2019, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Walters,
Yes.
can you tell me why this property is still not in compliance?
Okay, I've tried to get my information together as succinctly as possible. I received a final notice on my door, and a few days later I called a tree company and they told me the tree was still alive, but it was in decline. It's a huge, huge ficus tree. But I decided to go ahead and sign the contract for, let me check the date, for 9/8 to have the tree removed because I didn't want to mess with it anymore. But 2 days later, the tree collapsed. So I had the people come out immediately to try to remove the tree, but it took a crane and it took a week just to remove the big parts, and it took another week to cut the parts up and put them in a dumpster. I'm trying to make this as succinct as possible. Then they had to be cut up even more before the dumpster could be taken away, but he said he could not take away the stump. And that is our major concern right now, in addition to other yard things. And so before they were even finished with filling the dumpster, I called another person out and signed a proposal on 10/13 to have the stump removed. But then the rain set in. The man who's supposed to cut up the stump and remove it is in Daytona. He'll be back early next week. I spoke with him yesterday. I told him the water was still in the yard, but it was down. It's soggy today, but there's no standing water. So I've got arrangements to have the man to remove the stump and then go ahead with other tree issues next week. But as a backup, I'm having Juan from Bartlett Tree Company to come out Monday to give me an estimate, just in case I need a further backup, because it's hard to get people to work these days because of the hurricane season. So that's my case.
Your Honor, if I may, good morning. It's Portia Williams, the Code Compliance Manager. This case has been open since August of 2018. And honestly, I don't believe that the owner is going to comply unless we move forward with the hearing to impose fines. We have been so cooperative with the owner over the last 2 years, and it's at a point where we're not getting to compliance. So if possible, I'm really asking you to not give an extension to allow us to set this case for a hearing to impose fines.
Okay. Mr. Moses,
Yes, ma'am.
what connection do you have to the property?
My name is Gary Moses. I'm the neighbor next door to south, 4711 Bayview Drive. And I am his latest victim.
Okay.
As you may have, I'm going to read something here, Your Honor, if you don't mind. As you may be aware, I've been complaining and raising awareness about Mr. Walters' lack of concern for his property and his inactions to correct any city directions for the past 6 years. That inaction by Mr. Walters has recently resulted on September 9th that 80-foot tree fell on my property, fell on my roof, and I've got extensive damage to my roof and the remainder of my property. There still remains part of a tree of the fence even today around, and he hasn't cleaned it up at all. That's since September 9th has happened. He was required by the city to do so at the last meeting sometime in September on this court. This is Mr. Walters' MO. He ignores the rules and requirements that we all live by. As a point in history, Mr. Walters was instructed by the city in 2018, more than 2 years ago, to complete work on the property, which was to get rid of that 80-foot tree that fell on my house. Mr. Walters intentionally and openly proceeded to do nothing. Over the years, Mr. Walters has been required to complete various actions from the city, and in most every case, he has ignored their request. Mr. Walters continues stating he needs more time, doesn't have the money, doesn't have the time to complete, there's been out of state, or whatever reasons. I feel that Mr. Walters.
Mr. Moses, I've heard, have enough information. I'm going to go ahead and impose the fine that's going to continue to accrue till the property is brought into compliance.
Your Honor, you're going to increase the fine to $50 a day per fine?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could I ask one more question? Would you mind?
Pardon me?
How can we require him to do this work? He's going to keep on getting the fines. He doesn't do the work.
This is what is at my disposal to get him to comply, and that's what I've done, sir.
All right, I appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to schedule this case for a Massey hearing for November 19th.
Pardon me?
We're going to schedule this case for a hearing to impose fines on November 19th.
Okay.
Okay. Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 17100604. Case address 124 Hendricks Isle. Owner 124 Hendricks Isle LLC. Case was first heard on 3/15/18 to comply by 5/17/18. Suspended 8/30/18 to 11/2/18. And 2/7/19 to 4/12/19. One section complied at $100 per day, $19,300 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $4,825 accrued. A total of $24,125 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Eric. Please unmute your microphone.
Good morning.
Do you swear in? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Snyder, Fort Lauderdale Code Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 17100604 for the property located at 124 Hendricks Isle. Case was first heard 3/15/2018. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations of the property by 5/17/2018. This case was next heard 8/30/2018. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 2nd, 2018. And this case was last heard on February 7th, 2019. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by April 12th, 2019. At this time, all violations are in compliance effective April 3rd, 2019. And the city is requesting the imposition of fines.
Sir, Mr. Carbonell,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you tell me why I shouldn't impose the entire fine?
Good morning, Your Honor. I was recently brought in. I'm a building permit expediter here in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm helping the owners. Recently, I attached, from what they told me, that I haven't been there in person, the seawall and the cap are in place, and there's no longer any water entering with the tides or flooding any streets. The reason the permit's not closed out yet is because they're also building a multi-family building there that until the building's built, they don't want to do the decking or the piers that go in the water for the boats to tie off on, and that would require the final inspection.
Just one second, just 1 second. The docket I have in front of me says the property is in compliance. This is to address a fine that was incurred back in 2019 when the property was out of compliance.
Okay. And it was for the seawall and seawall caps and piling, dock?
Yes, and I guess the permit was finalized April 3rd of last year, 2019.
Well, I still have it open, and I recently attached it to the master permit for the new building. That way it doesn't expire.
I think I heard something about this property when I went over there the other day. The lot is under construction, right?
Yeah, they have a master permit there for a new multi-family 5-story building, which everything, the seawall and everything's in place now, but they can't get the final inspection until the building's done, and then they do the decking on the. But it's under construction. I attached it to the master permit for them so it doesn't expire because it was on its own. And they're now, like I said, I don't know the full history of this. I just knew that I'm representing them and telling that there's no longer flooding in the street.
Okay, any recommendation from the city?
No, Your Honor. I guess our request holds.
Okay. In light of the fact that I'm not getting any explanation for why this property was left out of compliance for so long, I really have no alternative but to grant the city's request to impose the fine.
It's been a construction site. I don't know the full history of this property, but I mean, the master permit is from 2016 is when this master permit was started for the new construction. So it's been a vacant lot for a while.
Okay, city attorney want to weigh in?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I would agree with the magistrate. There's been no evidence to show that as to the 2 items that are now in compliance, why it took 193 days to come into compliance.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose the fines.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 19100292, case address 108 South Gordon Road, owners Joseph and Susan Massaro. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,400 accrued, which continues to accrue, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Joseph. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Susan, are you going to be speaking as well?
No.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Will.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 19100292 for the property located at 108 South Gordon Road. This case was first heard February 20th, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by April 23rd, 2020. The case was last heard March 16th. I'm sorry. The case was last heard March 16th, 2020, and the magistrate granted an extension and ordered compliance by September 4th, 2020. Presently, there's one section in violation. The city has no objection to an extension at this time.
Okay. Mr. Massaro, how much time you need?
I'd like to tell you what happened there. I did hire a contractor when I was supposed to. He took our money, $21,000. I called up the city. I didn't even know this was still going on. I called up the city with help with the contractor. All right. And that's when they said it was out of compliance. I'm in New York, and I've called pile drivers Mark McGowan 30, 40 times. He won't answer. And the secretary kept saying, I'm on the schedule, I'm on the schedule. For months later, nothing has happened. And I just signed a contract with another dock builder this week, which has to get the permits turned into his name. But he says it's going to take every bit of 4 or 5 months, depending on weather, to do whatever has to be done there.
Okay. Does the inspector have a recommendation for how long this is going to take and what the extension should be?
No, not specifically, Your Honor. It is a seawall maintenance violation. They do have to raise and cap it. I know that can take some time, so I would say maybe 91 days to check on the progress.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Mr. Massaro, I'm going to give you a 91-day extension. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector and let him know.
Okay. Do I have any fines on that property now?
There are fines.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are fines of $5,400. However, when you bring the property into compliance, you can come before me again and address those fines.
Okay, I do have a criminal case against the dock builder for this.
All right. I'm very sorry that you had that bit of bad luck there, but we're trying to work with you.
Okay, so at the time when it's finished, I have to come back to the city or to the courts?
Yes.
Which one, both the city and the courts, or just the city?
No, you just have to come back to another hearing like this one.
Okay,
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you.
thank you.
Our next case, thank you. Our next case is on page 27, Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 19061652. Case address 500 Riviera Isle Drive, owner 500 Riviera LLC. This case was first heard on 11/7/19 to comply by 12/5/19, suspended 2/20/2020 to 3/5/2020, and 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section complied at $100 per day, $8,700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Will. I already saw her.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 19061652 for the property located at 500 Riviera Isle Drive. This case was first heard November 7, 2019. The special magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by December 5th, 2019. The case was next heard on February 20th, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 5th, 2020. This case was last heard March 16th, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by September 4th, 2020. At this time, all violations are in compliance effective August 13th, 2020. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $8,700.
Okay, Ms. Crush?
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. This property had a dock/mooring structure that originally the contractor, and I do want to point out to Your Honor, the seawall at this property was also in need of basically reconstruction. That was separately permitted and completed. The same contractor, in working with Inspector Snyder, while I think he was clear, continued to believe or want to believe that a dock permit was necessary to reconstruct the dock. So the owners who don't live in this country We're waiting and waiting on a follow-up dock permit. Ultimately, Inspector Snyder, and we very much appreciate the city inspector's time, shared with us that a very minor repair, several planks really just needed to be secured, and we were able to make an alternate plan and execute on that. We'd very much appreciate the city's consideration of a reduction. Again, this property, the seawall was properly permitted. This was, while on our end, a complete miscommunication between what I'm going to call an overzealous contractor and a property owner who was trying remotely to comply.
May I ask something, Mrs. Crush? Was the seawall contractor was the same person pushing for the complete reconstruction of the dock?
I believe it's BK Marine. Bear with me for one moment, Inspector.
Sure.
Qualcomm was the contractor.
But it's the same contractor who did the seawall?
I'm double checking quickly. That again, that's what was communicated in email. I'm not going to be able to do that, Inspector, inside of 30 seconds. If that's
Okay, because there is some background information. I do recall speaking to a contractor and explaining to them in detail what needed to be done for this dock to be brought into compliance.
You did.
And it was relatively minor work compared to what Mrs. Crush is saying they were pushing for, which is a complete redesign of the dock. If that happens to be the case, then
Your Honor, I don't mean to take time. If you would consider recalling it, I could with certainty answer the inspector's question, perhaps offline.
Okay, do you want to recall it? Do you need that information, Inspector?
Because
it would help because the contractor, I know I spoke to the contractor on site and I basically pointed to 4 or 5 planks in the dock. Honestly, all it needed was to be replaced. There's no need to replace the whole dock. The seawall had already been constructed and then there was further and additional delays. So I can understand why it remained out of compliance if, you know, the property owner is kind of being forced to pay more to correct a violation than what was necessary in the first place. And if that happens to be the case, then, you know, the city could amend its recommendation, but if not, then.
And Inspector and Your Honor, the reason I'm basing that is I do have an email from the owner copying Qualcomm Marine on February 14th, 2020, which is close in time to when the seawall permit was closed out, and they're advising me the work is completed and permits closed according to Qualcomm Marine. I can verify on the city system that Qualcomm is obviously the contractor qualifier, but that was the basis of that's the only contractor I've been dealing with. I can do that double check though.
You know, Your Honor, that contractor does sound familiar, and I think, you know, maybe in the interest of fairness to the property owner, I'd go ahead and amend the city's recommendation to a reduction of $2,500.
And we would appreciate Your Honor's consideration of that recommendation.
Okay. So granted, $2,500.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Our next case on page 27, Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 17050001, case address 65 Nurmi Drive, owner Kurian and Muriel Jacob, case first heard 3/15/18 to comply by 9/20/18, suspended 9/21/18 and 3/21/19, and 5/16/19 to 10/17/19. One section complied at $100 per day, $18,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Ricardo. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Please raise your right hand.
No, Lowen, I called the case for Courtney Crush.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Courtney has 65 Nurmi Drive, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Well, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
65 Nurse Drive.
Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 1705-0001 for the property located at 65 Nurmi Drive. Case was first heard March 15, 2018. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by September 20, 2018. The case was next heard on September 21st, 2018. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 21st, 2019. The case was last heard May 16, 2019, and the magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by October 17, 2019. At this time, all violations are in compliance effective February 25th, 2020. The city is requesting a reduction of fines to $4,000.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. I would like to point out to Your Honor, because this is a very old case, this property, which is Muriel's homestead, she's owned the property since 1980. She and her husband is part of a double lot on which there was an incredibly large and beautiful tree. The extensions noted by Inspector Snyder were granted because in order to successfully get a seawall contractor to repair the seawall, she needed to prune or partially remove the tree, and the city, despite her having a landscape architect initially for almost 2 years, denied the permit to touch the tree because it is of such size and significance. We worked with her, and ultimately Planning Director Anthony Fajardo did approve permit work on the tree. That was important because, as I said, Dr. Coles has lived here for 50 years. She really needed to sell the vacant portion of the double lot in order to be able to stay in her lovely home as it is. The compliance date noted by Inspector Snyder was October of 2019. I would like to point out to Your Honor that she sold the half of the lot in May of 19, engaged a contractor who ultimately was able to have a permit issued by the city September of 2019, so a month before the compliance date. And then that permit passed building inspection, including the piles, about 30 days later in November. That permit was not closed out until February of 2020. And that's where we are today. I very much appreciate Inspector Snyder's recommendation of a reduced fine. I think that or something equally, if not more generous, would be very much appreciated by Dr. Coles.
Okay, say that last part again, Courtney. I'm sorry, I just needed to check.
No, we would appreciate a reduction. I feel for this property owner. I also very much appreciate Inspector Snyder's recommendation to reduce. I would ask for that or something even slightly less, like $2,500. I think this property owner continued to act in good faith for years with the city.
Okay. I will reduce the fine to $3,000.
Very much appreciated. And thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 27, Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 19091462. Case address 82 Nurmi Drive, owner 82 Nurmi Drive, LLC. Case first heard 2/6/2020 to comply by 2/16/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 2 sections complied at $50 per day. $7,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Ricardo. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Your Honor, I know the inspector was going to go first.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her.
Am I okay to go? All
Yes, Will.
Okay.
right, thank you. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 19091462 for the property located at 82 Nurmi Drive. This case was first heard February 6, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by February 16, 2020. The case was last heard March 16, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at the property by September 4, 2020. At this time, all violations are in compliance, effective October 20th, 2020. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, Your Honor, good morning.
Morning.
We had some mitigating circumstances here in that the owner had a property manager, and the property manager did not bring these issues to the owner's attention, and we were not aware of it, and we've of course gotten rid of that property manager, but we did address all the code violations, and as the inspector notes, we are in compliance, and the delay was just not the owner not knowing that these issues existed through the property manager, and I understand that it's still on us, but we tried to act in good faith as soon as we did learn of it and replaced this property manager. And I did speak with the inspector about trying to compromise the amount, and certainly we would pay the administrative costs, and we would ask he and I had discussed yesterday, perhaps $1,000 imposition would be reasonable under these circumstances.
Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor. We notified the property owner. They've known about it. I mean, I can understand given the circumstances of the past few months, but the corrections that needed to be made at this property were very minor. They just needed to take down some hurricane panels, open up the windows, and replace a slat on the fence. So it'll be at your discretion, but I think the city's recommendation is the same.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reduce the fine to $4,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Will, our next case is on
Take care.
Page what?
37. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 190315857, case address 1465 Northwest 6th Street, owner Larry G. James. This case was first heard on 6/20/19 to comply by 8/8/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $10,800 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $400 accrued. A total of $11,200 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue for the non-complied violations.
Elise, could you start your video, please, and unmute yourself? Elise Lemstrom, please unmute yourself.
My apologies, Gus. We can't seem to locate the respondent. We will recall the case. So our next case is on page 43 for Inspector Roberta Jones. There are actually two cases with different addresses, but they're both for Roberta Jones, same property owner. So the first is on page 43, case number ENF code 191-00274, case address 1622 Northwest 7th Court, owner Federal Apartments LTD partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020, 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $8,100 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for an extension. Additionally, on page 44 for Inspector Roberta Jones is ENF code 191-00198, case address 817 Northwest 11th Avenue, owner Federal Apartments LTD partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,700 accrued. And again, this is a request for an extension.
Good morning. Good morning, William. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Roberta. Unmute your microphone. Roberta, unmute. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Inspector Roberta Jones with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number ENF CODE 191-00274, address 1622 Northwest 7th Court, first heard on February 20th of 2020. The case was suspended in March, and I don't have a problem with an extension. I have been working with TAM on both of the properties, and I was advised a lot of the tenants have been moved to other locations, and I just need to verify that the violations have been complied, and then work out what the fines would be. So I just need time to really get back to the properties and verify that the violations have been complied.
Okay. Mr. Strapp, has the violations been complied?
Good morning, Your Honor. And I apologize, Tam Wilson from the City of Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority, who is the property manager who is executing this. Mr. Wilson was planning to attend this morning. My understanding is there's been an issue because he did not have his driver's license uploaded, so he's not able to speak today. So Mr. Wilson called me to brief me on some of the pertinent facts that he was going to mention. My understanding, Your Honor, is that all of the violations have been complied with, and that the only things remaining are a few of the paving issues that relate to between certain buildings. And there were 2 reasons that those remain pending. Number 1 is a contractor has been hired and is awaiting a permit to perform them. The other was the sequence of the work required that there was a bunch of internal work that needed to be done. There were, multiple violations. They've all been corrected. All the structural and interior issues in the buildings and the units have been corrected. And then sequentially, the paving needed to be fixed after that. Contractor is retained. Mr. English has confirmed that a contractor has been retained. And my understanding with Mr. Wilson was that after speaking with the inspectors about the time frame, the inspector suggested that 9 weeks was a reasonable time frame to complete the permit process and to get the paving work done. Mr. Wilson,
Excuse me, if I could just interrupt, we've only called 2 cases, and as they've been read into the record, neither of them have to do with paving.
So I apologize then if I'm providing more information. My understanding is that perhaps to save time, and I can address them as you would see fit, but my understanding is that anything that does not have to do with paving has been fully complied with and is complete.
All we have to do is grant enough of an extension for the inspector to come out and verify that. Inspector, how much time do you need?
If you could at least give me, I can go back out this week to verify, and then we can have them on the
21 days?
The 7-day extension to verify the violations have been complied.
7 days is all you need? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to grant a 7-day extension. We can comply this, and then you can take care of your other problem on a different day. That's not in front of me.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I believe the others actually will be called before you today, is my understanding, that there are others pending.
Yes,
So-
sir. We're calling them now. They're with a different inspector. So we're letting Inspector Jones complete, and then we'll call a Senior Inspector Linda Holloway immediately right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next cases begin on page 45 for Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. On page 45 is case number ENF code 191-00159, case address 509 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4, owner Federal Apartments LTD Partnership in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020, 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $13,500 accrued, and this is a request for an extension. On page 46, case number ENF code 191-00180, case address 515 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments LTD partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020 and 4/23/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,800 accrued, and this is a request for an extension. On page 47, ENF code 191-00230, case address 508 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments LTD partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 1 section not complied at $50 per day. $2,700 accrued, and this is a request for an extension. And on page 47, case number ENF code 191-00250, case address 509 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments LTD Partnership in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,700 accrued, and again, this is a request for an extension.
Linda will be in within 2 minutes, so we're just waiting on her to enter the meeting room.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stopper. We're going to take a brief recess, 5 minutes, and be right back.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're now on a 5-minute recess. Good morning. We will now resume this morning's magistrate hearing. Inspector Holloway. Senior Inspector Holloway.
Present.
Okay. All right, Inspector, take it away.
Okay. Case number ENF code -191-00159. We are requesting a 63-day extension. Case number ENF code -191-00180. We're requesting a 63-day extension. And case number ENF code -191-00230. We're also requesting a 63-day extension. And case number ENF code -191-00253. This case is complied. The remaining violations were observed in compliance on Friday, October 23rd.
Which one is complied? Ending in 250?
Yes, so 191-00250. They had one remaining violation, which was 9-280B. And compliance was observed on Friday, October 23rd, when I met with Mrs. English and Mrs. Furtado.
Okay. What is the city recommending with regard to the fines, and have they been noticed for that today?
The fines can be waived.
Okay. All right, Mr. Straub, are you in agreement with the 63-day extension for the 3 cases and a waiver of the fines for that 4th case?
Yes, Your Honor, and we very much appreciate the city's efforts in assisting us in bringing this into compliance.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sorry for the wait.
No problem at all. Thank you so much. And Your Honor, just to clarify on one thing, in the previous 2 cases that were called, where there's a 7-day extension to confirm compliance, will we be reset for another hearing, or will, if there's compliance, will there be no need for further action? I'm just trying to understand the next step.
Yeah, I believe if they comply it, unless, I don't know if there are any fines running on that one. I forget which one that is now.
There are fines have accrued.
Yeah, you're
and
gonna
will-
have to come back and address the fines that have accrued.
So if compliance is noted, there'll be a separate hearing set where we come back and explain our position with regard to the fines?
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry for the delay.
And one more question, and I apologize, because there were so many pending issues with regard to federal apartments. I just want to confirm that there are no other inspectors or no other cases today for federal apartments. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know that. Inspector, do you have any idea?
Those are the only cases for today.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I will leave the meeting. Thank you very much for your help.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, no, I just wanted to confirm that those are the only cases for today. We would have to do further research to see if federal apartments have any more new cases. These cases were cases that were presented when we did the original walkthrough that has just lingered on until this point. So we would have to see if there was any other new additional cases, like if any new complaints have been called in. But these are all the previous ones that Mr. Tam English was aware of.
Thank you very much. And ma'am, can I have your name? If I recall correctly, you're, if I understand correctly, at one time you were serving as kind of a coordinator relating to the issues at federal apartments and a single point.
That is correct.
And I apologize, ma'am. Could I have your name just so that I can follow up with you directly and perhaps save some time?
Sure, Stephanie Bass.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Bass.
And my contact number is 954-828-4792.
Thank you, Ms. Bass, and thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 29. with Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 18102217. Case address 321 San Marco Drive. Owner Paul Clark. Case first heard 9/19/19 to comply by 1/16/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section complied at $25 per day. $1,475 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Mr. Garcia, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case CE 181-02217, located at property address 321 San Marco Drive. Property was first inspected on July 23rd, 2000. I'm sorry. Yes, the property was first cited on January 23rd, 2019, and came before the special magistrate in September 19th, 2019. The property is now in compliance, and the city is recommending the full amount.
Okay, Mr. Garcia?
Yes. So good morning, Your Honor. Michael Garcia on behalf of the owners. The issue here was that the owners hired a contractor to initially repair the seawall, but that contractor ran off with their money. They paid them about $15,000. They then in turn had to hire an additional contractor to fix the seawall, which they did, but obviously that took a little bit longer than expected. In addition, it took a little bit more time because the contractor didn't want to, as contractors, most of the time they don't want to come after another contract. A contractor has begun to do some work, and that was the issue for coming into compliance a lot sooner, because they had already paid one contractor that ran off with their money. So we're seeking to see if we can get a reduction of the fine, because it was not their intention to be in compliance. It was the contractor ran off, the first contractor ran off with their money, and obviously now we're here.
Okay. Anything else, Inspector?
The city would not be opposed to admin costs totaling $626.
Okay. So ordered. I'm going to reduce it to city costs of $626.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, City.
Our next case is on page 30, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 19082299. Case address 1218 Southwest 29th Terrace. Owner Sharon H. McGuire. Case first heard 2/6/2020 to comply by 4/9/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $4,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor, Mrs. McGuire.
1 second, Linda. Ms. McGuire, okay, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Linda.
Good morning again, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 19082299, property address 1218 Southwest 29th Terrace. I conducted a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, October 24th, and thankfully, finally, the boat has been removed. However, the outdoor storage violation still remains. Also, the landscape violation still remains. I'm sorry, I'm going to back up a little bit. All of the violations still remain, including 47-34 1.A.1 points. Violation 9304B, which are vehicles parking on the lawn, still remain, and violation 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained. So the city would not be opposed to a 63-day extension to bring the remaining violations into compliance now that the vessel has been removed.
Okay. Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance within 63 days for us?
Yes, and Inspector, I've already had both sides of the house resodded.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. So 63 days to finish up, and we'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
Thank you, Inspector. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 44, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 19091695. Case address 611 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner 611 Broward County Longshoremen's Association, LLC. Case first heard 9/9/2020 to comply by 10/14/2020. One section not complied at $50 per day. $700 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Mark. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and tilt your computer. I can't see you. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Linda.
Good morning again, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case CE 19091695, property address 611 Northwest 4th Avenue. Violation 47-21.11A remains in violation, and the city is willing to grant 35 days to bring the violation into compliance.
Mr. Berkowitz?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Berkowitz on behalf of the respondent. We've been doing our due diligence to get the property in compliance, but we have a permitting problem in getting the permit issued for an irrigation system. And our vendor has advised that they can complete all of the work, including the permitting for the irrigation system, by December 1st. If we can do it before then, if they can do it before then, I'll keep Ms. Holloway informed, but that's a cautious, conservative estimate that everything will be completed by December 1st.
Okay, well, that would be within the 35 days, it looks like.
Yes, it would be.
I'm going to grant the 35 days, and if you have a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Berkowitz.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 30, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 19100006. Case address 1231 Northwest 1st Avenue. Owner Irene Smith. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 3 sections complied at $25 per day. $3,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good. Oh, sorry. Never get that part right.
Good day. This is Irene Smith. Can you hear me?
We can't see you.
You cannot see me?
No.
Okay.
Irene, you may have a screen cover over your camera. Can you ensure that
No, it's setting in my phone. So I have a moment to go to my settings to change the privacy settings on the camera.
don't see her.
Ms. Linda,
Yes.
my apologies, the respondent disconnected, so we'll recall that case.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 190315857, case address 1465 Northwest 6th Street, owner Larry G. James. This case was first heard on 6/20/19 to comply by 8/8/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $10,800 accrued. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $400 accrued. A total of $11,200 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Elise,
Yes.
do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. August, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 190315857, located at 1465 Northwest 6th Street. Your Honor, this case, as you heard, it's ongoing with the fines. Miss Elise Lindstrom is here to request an extension, ma'am. And
Okay.
she wants to speak in regards to that.
Okay, what's the city's position on any more extensions?
We don't deny a reasonable extension, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Ms. Lindstrom, how much time?
Yes, ma'am. So the last time that the reason we asked for extension last time is because we actually pulled a permit to demolish this building. The owner has plans to put a new building back in its place and was working with the CRA to do so. We stopped that financial concerns with the property. Since they are taking a pause and they do not plan to demolish the building in the next, I would say, 3 to 6 months, I've spoken to the owner and he has already paid for the building to be pressure washed and painted so that we will be in compliance. I did attach today the invoice and the payment copy in full, and the building is set to bid in the next week to 2 weeks, just dependent on weather. So we're really just asking 30 days to go ahead and bring it into compliance as far as the exterior aesthetic, I believe, was the concern. And we agree it's not a beautiful building. We do still plan to demolish the building and put a new building in its place. But again, since the owner cannot, he's on board with just, putting a fresh coat of paint on it and making it look a little bit more presentable for the neighborhood in the meantime.
Okay, Inspector, any problem with 35 days?
No, ma'am. I don't see any reason why not to give them 35 days of an extension as well.
All right, thank you very much. 35 days extension.
Does that also include, Your Honor, the stay of fines as well, or that continues?
Yeah, we're going to stay the fines during that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wonderful. And then when we come back, we can request action and discuss that, correct?
Yeah, you're going to have to come back and address the fines at a later date once your property is in compliance.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now recalling the case for Senior Inspector Linda Holloway on page 30. Case number CE 19100006, case address 1231 Northwest First Avenue, owner Irene Smith. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Three sections complied at $25 per day, $3,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Miss Irene, please, you can start your camera and unmute yourself. There you go. Thank you.
Good morning, Irene. Please raise your right hand. Can you shift over the screen? I can't see. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Good morning again, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case CE 191006. I'm sorry, CE 191-00006, property address 1231 Northwest First Avenue. All violations were brought into compliance on Saturday, October 24th. The city is requesting administrative costs of $626, but would not be opposed to a further reduction.
Okay. Ms. Smith, do you understand your fine was $3,750 and the city is asking only for their costs back of $626? Can you agree to that?
Well, I'd like to respectfully ask for a reduction in those fines. I was actually unaware that the procedures started again. I knew that it had shut down with the COVID. I had really no idea that it started up again. I did receive the letter about a week and a half ago about today's magistrate meeting, which was an indication that it had started up again. So I apologize for the delay, but I just didn't receive or realize that the process had started back up after it closed down.
All right, I will reduce the fine to $300.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 20020811. Case address 800 Northeast 16th Terrace, number 1 and 2. Owner Diego Erdenivia. This property was cited on 7/9/2020 to comply by 7/19/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $20,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
One second, please.
I'm sorry.
Jolly. Good morning, Diego. Can you please unmute your microphone? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Diego.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No problem. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jolly.
Good morning, Inspector Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 20020811, located at property address 800 Northeast 16th Terrace. The property was cited on July 9th, 2020 with a civil citation for violation 15-281.A. There's operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. The property was out of compliance and did come into compliance on 10/24/20 when they conducted and passed the vacation rental inspection. So the property is now in compliance, and the city is requesting that the fines remain as read.
Okay. Sir.
Yes.
Yes. What do you want to tell me? Why was it out of compliance for so long? There's 20,200 accumulated fines on the property.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I understand that not knowing is not an excuse, but I honestly do not, I did not receive anything in the mail with regards to this. The Also, I am personally am the one that takes care of the property, and I was supposed to see something posted on the property itself when I received this request to come to in front of the special magistrate. I did see that on my property, and I was able to I was informed about that, but I did not see one where something was posted on the property indicating that I was accumulating any types of fines. The only time that the first time I received communication that I was out of compliance was on July 21st. I received an email from John Suarez indicating that I was out of compliance. I immediately took steps to become compliant, and I submitted my application before the deadline of 7/31. And the city acknowledged that they had received my application, and that my application was ready for inspection. All my dues were paid. I did not receive anything from the inspector until an email received on 9/21 from Dean Gibson to inspect my property. That time, I believe I reached out via phone to the inspector to make arrangements for the inspection to be done on my building or on my property. And I believe I received another email from Antonio Wood on 10/7 indicating that I was out of compliance. And I immediately replied that everything had been submitted and that I was only waiting on the inspection. During all this communication, I did not receive anything indicating that I was accumulating any types of fines. Had I known that I was accumulating such huge fines, I would have immediately done something to correct this, because any reasonable person is not in business to lose money. And honestly, due to COVID, I've actually had to pull $15,000 out of my retirement account just to keep the property, to keep paying the mortgage. I hardly make any money on this. If I make a few $100s on it, and it would make absolutely no sense for me to keep this if I knew that I was accumulating a $200 fine per day. On something that I rent for $50 a night. It just doesn't make any sense. Any reasonable person would have, immediately attempted to correct this. The only time I heard that I was accumulating fines was when Inspector Gibson told me that on the day of the inspection, Inspector Jolly told me on the day that I had been accumulating these fines. Before that, I had absolutely no idea. When I first started my doing this short-term rental, which was 3 years ago, I did receive communications from the city, and when I received these fines, I took it. I didn't receive fines, but I received these warnings that if I didn't get my certificate, that I would start accumulating fines. I immediately took action and I take these things very seriously, Your Honor. And I delisted my property until I came into compliance. I would have done exactly the same thing had I known about the fines being accumulated. You can see that I immediately, very shortly after the first communication I received, I immediately tried to correct the problem. I submitted all my paperwork. I've had the certificate in the past. So.
When are you saying that you became aware that the violation existed?
I became aware that the violation existed the day of the inspection.
Excuse me, okay. Your Honor, like he previously said, he was contacted by Inspector Suarez back in July 21st. So at that point, the property already been cited in inspection. The citation was mailed out to the property owner on record. So he should have received it at that point.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Inspector Jolly. Let me just jump in here. So the email I received from Suarez said that I was out of compliance. At no time did he mention that I was accumulating any types of fines. Now, I've seen, throughout this other cases here that you can see an image of the city posting on the property the fines or the citation. I personally go there and take care of the property myself. Like I said, I do not have any posting on my property about this, and I did not receive anything in the mail. I take this very seriously, Your Honor.
Can I ask
had I received and had I known, I would have immediately taken action to have that corrected. I would have delisted. I would have done everything in my power not to accumulate a $200 fine, daily fine, when I'm only, making a quarter of that a day or a night, if that. It just, any reasonable person would have done that. I've done that in the past. The only time that every time I've received communication through email, I have responded, actively responded to everything that I have been asked to do.
Your Honor, could I, if I may?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Sir, is this a duplex?
Yes, it is.
And do you live at this duplex?
I used to live there and I moved out recently.
Okay. So you'll be taking down your homestead exemption for this
That is
property?
correct. Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing else from the city, ma'am.
Okay. I've been shown that service was mailed to you, and this, so,
Your Honor,
you were noticed.
Your Honor, if I may.
One last comment and before I rule.
Do we have any proof of the posting on my property? I would like to see that. I've seen other cases where there has been, I've been patiently waiting since 7:30 this morning. I've seen the other cases, how they've gone. You can see that pictures have been posted of where the city has posted things on the property. I can say that I did not have anything posted on my property. Things get lost in the mail all the time, Your Honor. I did not receive it. I would have taken immediate action to correct this.
Well, I've been shown both a mailing and a post on the property, an affidavit that it was posted on the property on 10/17.
10/17, correct. That's to appear here on the special magistrate.
All right.
But the posting for the posting.
It, but what I was shown was a mailing that went out in September.
Okay, so there is no posting on my property then?
She's checking.
Sir, that wasn't said, and that evidence would have been presented at the original hearing. This is an imposition hearing.
The original hearing, this is the first time I'm being asked for.
Okay, stop talking. Stop talking, because you talk a lot. Stop talking. This is an imposition hearing. That evidence would have been duly presented at the first hearing. It is not presented at Massey a second time.
When was the first hearing?
This is a citation. Citations have a different process. So the citation was mailed, and I'm sorry, for the record, Katrina Jordan, City of Fort Lauderdale Administrative Supervisor. The citation was mailed first class and certified on 7/10/2020. Once the citation is mailed, you have 15 days to appeal the citation. Once the citation is not appealed, it is admission of guilt, and then the fines begin according to the inspector giving 10 days, and then we schedule it for imposition.
My apologies, sir. Yeah, this is the citation. I apologize.
Okay, Your Honor, but I've had this happen to me originally when I first started to do vacation rentals, and a posting was posted on my property at that time, and I don't understand why it would be any different this time. A lot of things get lost in the mail, Your Honor. I honestly did not receive that.
Okay.
It was sent certified, I believe.
I understand that, but
Then it wouldn't
I
get.
would have taken action. I would have taken action. Shortly after I received that email from John Suarez on 7/21 that I was out of compliance, I immediately replied and began getting my license done. The application was submitted in a timely fashion before the deadline of 7/8/1, I believe. My application was submitted 7/31. The application was approved on August 5th, and all that was remaining was for the inspection to be done.
Okay, all right. I understand that, but that all happened after. Anything else from the city inspector?
Excuse me?
Anything
Excuse
else?
me, Your Honor?
Anything else you want?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to $7,500.
Your Honor, if I may.
I'm done arguing. Okay.
So there is no requirement to post that on my property on behalf of the city? The city has no requirement to do that? It just relies on the person receiving a certified mail? It's been done in the past.
The citation was issued, it was mailed to your home.
But it was not posted at my property.
Well, city attorney want to weigh in and tell him whether it's required to be posted on the property?
I don't know if I necessarily, Your Honor, have to advise the property owner on the law, but it's a citation. It's a different process than a notice of violation, which is why I misspoke earlier. Citations typically are not posted on the property. They're going to be mailed, obviously hand delivered and signed for if someone is present. It's different than a notice of violation. It follows a different path.
So certified, I should have hand signed for this? Is that what you're saying? I should have hand signed for this, sir? Because I did not hand sign for anything.
He doesn't have to. You don't have to, sir. This is Portia Williams, the Code Compliance Manager. The notice via certified mail and first-class mail is what's legally required.
All right, that's my ruling.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sir, I've already ruled. I'm sorry.
Is there any other type of action that I can take? Because this will ruin me and my family, Your Honor. I don't have 7,500.
Please don't talk over me. I cannot give you legal advice, okay? I have made my ruling. Thank you. All right, next case.
When do I have to pay this, or when? I don't understand. When?
You get a notice in the mail.
Can this be appealed?
Is he gone?
Our next case is on page 41, Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 2002081, case address 827 Northeast 16 Terrace, owner 827 Northeast 16 Terrace LLC. This property was first cited on 6/24/2020 to comply by 6/29/2020. One section complied at $200 per day. $400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Philip. Please unmute your microphone.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, inspection.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Inspector Jolly. There was one other respondent, Mr. Dimitro Iorchenko.
Yeah, that was my property manager, and we were waiting since 7:30, and he had to leave. So I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 2002-0821, located at 827 Northeast 16th Terrace. This property was first cited on July 9th, 2020 with a civil violation, This first property was cited with civil violation for 15-281A. There's operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. I was contacted by the property owner back on July 4th. He sent me an email. Also, he spoke to me, told me that he had a long-term tenant in the unit, but that he did still have plans to use it as a vacation rental after the tenant was vacated the property. He did not remove the listing. It still showed that it was still active. At one point, I was able to book it for shorter than 30 days when I was checking it. So he was aware of that, but the property was, after the initial tenant was there, has been unoccupied. I haven't noticed much activity there. So the city is asking that the violation stays and the fines be imposed as read.
Okay. Sir, please, you understand the fine is $400. What do you have to tell me?
Okay, I want to clarify something before I'm going to make my statement. The inspector said that he was able to book the property for less than 30 days. That is impossible. You actually booked because I had a long-term tenant, and my property, as I emailed you in that email, I indicated that my property was, my calendar was blocked until October 7th. And that was the case. It was blocked until October 7th. So you weren't able to book the property because it was unavailable until October 7th. And what happened then, my tenant ended up extending the lease for another month till November. So then I blocked it till November. And now with the COVID situation, I decided not to do the vacation rental, and I got another tenant for a year in place now. So the current lease is ending by Sunday, and I have a new tenant moving in for a year. So that's it. And when I first received the violation, I contacted Mr. Jolly right away, and then I sent him an email explaining the situation. And then I was the next thing, I was contacted by Antonio Wood on October, I believe it was October. It was mid-October, and he was telling me that I didn't realize that I had an incurring violation. He explained me that, and he said the violation is that I have to take the property from the Airbnb platform regardless. So I did comply with that right away. Okay, so I'm asking to dismiss this fine.
Yes, I just want to add one thing. Yeah, like the reason why you are in, when I said I was able to book, I was able to still see the listing. You're still advertising.
Okay, you said book.
That's why the violation was still there. You still continue to advertise as a short-term rental, even though you had a long-term.
It was advertised available from November.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant the city's request for $400.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 190-61756. Case address 2700 Northwest 16th Street. Owner Johnny Rhodes and Valerie Ann Rhodes. Case first heard 2/20/2020. To comply by 4/23/2020. Suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $4,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Katrina, could we go to the next case, please, while the supervisor gets Inspector Xantis?
Our next case is on page 21. Supervisor Stephanie Bass.
What case it is?
21. Page 21.
Case number CE 190315957, case address 331 Southwest 29th Avenue. Owner Deanna Mathis and Victor Mathis. Case first heard 7/18/19 to comply by 9/19/19, suspended 2/20/2020 to 3/26/2020, and 3/27/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $20,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
You have a respondent for that?
Billy, yes, please unmute your microphone. Please raise
Good
your right.
morning.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case CE 190315957, case 331, address 331 Southwest 29th Avenue. The case was first heard July 18, 2019 to comply by September 19, 2019. The fines were suspended from February 20th, 2020 through March 26, 2020. Again, from March 27, 2020 to September 4th, 2020. As of the last pre-hearing inspection, the violation still remains. In the case, the city is asking for full imposition of fines at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Mathis, why is it taking so long to bring your property into compliance?
Your Honor, I had no aware that I was supposed to actually have the rear of the home done as well. As you can see, that portion right there has been repaired. And also there was a front portion. That right there is the backyard. As you can see, I painted all the way up to the back and stopped. I was told to actually fix the windows in front. That such has been done over the driveway. That portion there was rotted. That there has been replaced as well. If I would have been known to actually do that, then I would extend it, the work, and had that there complied. I can get that in compliance. I can also get, there was an inspector came out and I was happened to be there and he said that I should have painted underneath. And I made it aware that I wasn't known to actually have to do that. But there was also a portion underneath the doorway, the walkway, that had to be replaced. It's not showing that, but I also replaced that. There was an inspection that was supposed to happen back, I had an inspection date. And if that property would have been inspected at that time, you could have seen that I even went to the extent of having the sidewalk pressure clean, the driveway pressure clean, and I also had the driveway itself coated. I can get that in, give me 30 days and I can have that in compliance. This is recently because we're still flooded over there. So this is a recent photo. I was just so happened to catch the inspector out there, and he told me that I should have done this here. And like I said, I didn't know that I should have did the rear, but I can get that in compliance in 30 days or less.
Mr. Mathis, can I ask, who did you speak to last? Because I know that I initially had this case. It has been turned over to another inspector, but I initially had this case and all of them.
Yes, Mrs. Bass. Like I said, I wasn't clear on actually painting underneath that. I mean, I could blame that on me, and I do apologize because you've been more than fair, lenient, and compassionate.
My community for someone that was the compliance measures, but it was the.
I didn't catch you, Mrs. Bass.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that I know I recently spoke to the female tenant that was residing there, who was aware of what violations.
That was my sister that passed. She passed in September, and that was probably the reason why the work wasn't done, because you were sending the mail to her. And when I came to represent her, that's when I had started the process of actually repairing the problems and getting it in compliance. And this was in
that September of this year?
September of last year she passed.
Nelson, please come to the lobby.
Okay. I think it went to a hearing.
It went to a hearing and I was given
after
time
that.
Correct. I was given time to get it in compliance, and that was the work that I did. The front portion, the corner right there, was done. The front, you also said I should probably wash the walls. I had the whole front of the house repainted. I just never
So
got.
we wouldn't object to extension. So do you think you can bring the rest of the remaining violations into compliance within 35 days?
35 days is more than enough time. Only thing I got to do is get paint and then have the
Okay.
back of that painted.
Okay, 35 days.
So we're not opposed to a 35-day extension.
Thank you. All right.
So we'll stay the fines for 35 days, then you'll have to come back once the violations have been complied. Then you'll have to come back to address the fines that accrued during the non-compliance time frame. Okay?
Thank you so very
But
much.
we'll stay the fines for 35 days. All right.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bass.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17, Inspector Bovrig-Xantis. Case number CE 19061756. Case address 2700 Northwest 16th Street. Owner Johnny L. Rhodes and Valerie Rhodes. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to compile by 4/23/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $4,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement.
One
Case
second.
number CE 19.
Bovry,
One
we have to
second,
wait for the
please.
respondent.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Hello, we're here.
Can you please start your video?
Okay, we're doing it now.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Both of us?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Bovry.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 19061756. Property address 2700 Northwest 16th Street. This case was first heard in February 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violation. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on October 17, 2020, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 23rd, 2020, revealed violation 9-278E. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, included but not limited to windows broken and covered with wood boards. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway remains in disrepair. Violation 9-305B, the landscape remains in violations as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting full amount. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines and fines to continue to accrue until the property comes to compliance.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Rhodes?
Yes.
Okay. This is Magistrate Flynn. Why haven't you gotten the property in compliance during the extension that we gave you?
Okay, I had told earlier that I am disabled, and my finance is poor. But anyway, we went to the City of Fort Lauderdale, and they granted me a grant of $60,000 that me and my wife is under the guideline of the income that HUD gives. So we qualified for the grant, and we was approved, got the approved letter, award letter that is getting the grant. And by that, we can do the things that to get this property in this house suitable for the past inspection.
Okay. When will the funds be available to you?
60, the house, what that is, maybe the affordable rehabilitated program.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes, when will the funds be available to you?
Okay, right now.
Right now, we waiting. You can call Miss Rochelle Williams, which is the development management, and they can give you more information that we do qualify. And I got an award letter here now.
That they said we need to show.
Can I show you anyway?
Sure, you can hold it up. I'll see if I can see it.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, not very well. Not very well.
Okay, can I ask a question, please?
Certainly.
If we call out the code enforcement that gentleman that served us with these papers, can we allow to show him this right here so that he could see it? Because if we knew that we could have called him earlier so that he could have seen it, but we didn't actually know what to do at the time when we did. But when we went to our for them to grant us this grant, they gave us this ward letter, and if I didn't know that, to show him so that he could see that this ward letter that we that things are in process for what we need to do. And another reason why there are boards to the window, we have a lot of holes in these windows, and in the big picture one in the front, there's a big old hole, and if I take the board down where it's cracked and the lines are going this different way, and the wind blows so hard, it might blow the whole thing down. And right now, we don't have the funds right now to try to get it fixed. So that's why we're trying to do the best that we can do now with what's going on. So,
Mrs. Rhodes, let me ask you a question. Do you know when the funds will be available?
No, you can call.
No. Well, exactly what happened is the fund for us to get the funds right now, we're waiting for them to call us to let us know when the funds going to be given to us. For right now, we don't actually know exactly when.
Okay, Inspector, I'm inclined to give them an extension to get this going. Is there any objection from the city?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a 42-day extension, and if you run into a problem, I'm gonna suspend the fines during that time. But the fines will start, running again after the 42 days. So if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Okay, but can I ask another question, please?
Sure, ma'am.
Like I said, can we show the?
We can call.
Can we show the inspector the letter that what we have so far with the award letter? Because she said Mrs. Avis told us that
this is the inspector. Just call me when you have my number. Give me a call. Once we get off the line, just give me a call and we can schedule or make arrangement to get in touch with you.
Or she can call us with the name and number.
Oh, okay then. And then you will come out so that you can see the letter and everything.
You just give me the number of the person that I need to get in touch with, then I will give him a call myself.
Okay, then the number is.
Just call me once we get off the line. Do you need my number?
Oh, okay. I'll do that. Okay. Once we get off the line, I'll do that. So you can have the number to talk to the person where we went, because we went to the City of Fort Lauderdale, and what happened was when we told them that we had some things that we need to do to the house and everything, they granted us, we had to get different papers and stuff up together. And then once they seen everything that was in place, they granted us this award so that we can get things fixed. Now, when they're gonna do it, I can't answer that problem. You have to call them, because first of all, we're waiting on them now to get in touch with us also to find out when they're gonna do what they need to do for us, you know, to get the house together.
Okay, Mrs. Rhodes, I'm giving a 42-day extension, and so we can contact them and find out what the situation is.
Johnny, you said the loan was approved by Avis.
Yes. Well, what I have to do is let me call and give you the name of the person who is Rachel Williams, House Community Development. And
copy.
And can I give you her number now?
Sure. Yeah, we have a number. We appreciate that.
Okay. Oh, you have her number?
Good copy.
Yes. Okay. You want me to give you the number now?
I have your. Yeah, please give me her number.
No, I apologize. Miss Rhodes.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes, we're going to refrain from giving the number out at this time as this is being broadcast. We will have the inspector contact you directly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, thank you.
But
Thank
we've
you.
been trying to do what we need to do.
I understand, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad you were able to get the grant. Good luck to you, Mrs. Rhodes.
Our next case is on page 19. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero presenting case number CE 19062057. Case address 15 Southeast 25th Street, owner Federal 627 in LLC. This case was first heard on 9/5/19 to comply by 12/5/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $9,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and findings continue to accrue.
Edmund, please hit *6 to unmute yourself on your phone.
Hello?
We can
Hello?
hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Edmund Waterman.
And can you please raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior number 269, presenting case on behalf of Senior Inspector Garcia, number 149, and on behalf of the city. Case number CE 19062057, case address 15 Southeast 25th Street. This case was first came to a special magistrate on 9/5/2019, wherever it was presented and the special magistrate found for the city. The violations were cited on 6/27/2019, and the Inspector Garcia and 19 Inspector Ferrer has been in conversations with the property owner, and he says he's going to get in compliance soon. So the city is requesting the fines to be imposed as read, Your Honor.
Okay,
Case is not in compliance, I'm sorry.
all right, okay. Sir, Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
This is
Yes, Your Honor.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Why is it taking over a year to take care of landscaping?
Well, it actually hasn't taken that long. On April 15, I resodded the area. I bought $2,300 worth of sod, expecting that would cure the violation. I have since found out that it's still not in compliance. I had checked several times to find out what the next step in the procedure is. I tried to get on your code case tracker site, which is not operational. And when I called, I was told, yes, I would get a notification for when the next hearing would be. And I didn't hear anything for the longest time. Then on October 16th, I did receive a notification that the hearing would be today. So on the 17th, I contacted I contracted for an additional 4 pallets of sod, around $1,000 worth, to be installed on Tuesday, October 20th, Wednesday, October 21st, at the latest. And I thought that certainly would be in time for the hearing. I have since learned that when it rains, especially we've had rain every day that week pretty intensely, the machine that cuts the sod can't be operated. So on Monday, I did hear from them. They have scheduled the laying of the sod for today, and they have assured me it would be done. The additional sod that didn't, as I say, I had sodded perhaps 75 or 80% of the property, thinking it would comply, but apparently that was not sufficient.
Inspector Ferrer, Your Honor, Inspector Ferrer inspected the property on the 22nd. I think he got a couple pictures under his name. But the city is not opposed a couple weeks extension to the area inspector to figure out if he did it or not.
Okay, I'm going to give you a 14-day extension, and the inspector will come out and see what you've done.
I appreciate that. I think that's very fair. I'm hoping I can call the inspector tomorrow and tell him to come have a look.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
So I'm done. I can go now?
Yep, you can go now.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Our next case is on page 11, Senior Inspector Quintero, case number CE 200404446, case address 844 Northwest 10 Terrace, owner George McCool, property posted 9/30/2020, posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Just answer you there. Get in the meeting.
I'm trying. What do I do?
George?
Yes.
Hi,
Just,
good
just answer.
Can you please
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is George McCool.
Tell them that I'm on.
Okay, George, good morning.
Hello?
Good afternoon, George. Can you please raise your right hand?
I did.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. City Inspector
you.
Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. Case number CE 200404446, posted at the property on 9/30/2020. Case address 844 Northwest 10 Terrace. I first inspect this commercial occupied property zone B3 on 4/27/2018, following an action item complaint, and observe the following violations. 47-19.4.D.1 is in compliance, Your Honor. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and is well included but not limited to papers, bottles, and buckets. 47-34.1.A.1, there is an illegal land use occurring at this property. There are several dismantled vehicles and metal parts stored on the rear property and on the store parking spaces. 47-20.20.H, the parking facility is not maintained at this property. There are potholes on the lot. 15-28, there are business operating with an expired business tax receipt. I spoke with property owners on several occasions in reference to these violations. I explained the enforcement, the violations, and the way to comply, and he explained and he understood. I met with him last week, and I inspected the property on Monday of this week and found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. Your Honor, this is a problematic problem. It's been complaints several months, days. It's almost every day we got a complaint in reference to this property. We got previous cases been scheduled, they comply, and the corner property come back to the same situation. I think the business tax receipt has been updated by a still delinquent. So the city is recommending 63 days to come into compliance or $50 a day to begin to accrue for each violation. And the reason is because the property owner doesn't live in here, he lives in Georgia, and looks like he needs a better management of the property.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
One second. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Mr. McCullough, Magistrate Flynn, would you agree to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Ma'am, okay, Your Honor, I will meet again. I hired the manager named Sean. He's with me on the phone, right next to me, actually. And he's hearing everything. And at the moment, the inspector is saying it's not in compliance. The dumpster is moved from the front. It's already in the back. That is in compliance. The licenses, all the stores, everything has license. It is in compliance. The potholes is fixed. It is in compliance. Trash and debris, there is a grocery store, but it is in compliance because I'm paying somebody just to clean the property 24/7 right now. But he asked that we can't even put the trash can outside. So most people in the grocery store, they buy things, they can come outside and dump it. Then we have to be every couple hours clean it up, but it won't be like accumulating trash or debris at all anymore. Because we're not allowed to put the trash can outside, he's saying. But all the violations that are on the paper are in compliance. So I don't know how I'm going to comply more than he's saying it needs to be complied.
Okay,
May
well,
I speak?
who's speaking to me?
I do apologize, ma'am. My name is Sean Brown. I am the property owner and one of the owners of S&M Auto Group LLC. The sign that you see here, ma'am, I think what is actually going on is there's two different businesses that occur here. There's a grocery store
I'm
that
sorry,
you view in the picture. Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. You were not sworn in.
Oh, I apologize, ma'am.
Can you please raise your right hand?
My right hand is raised.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the garbage can that you're now seeing on 427 has been moved behind the fence. He actually wrote this violation on 427. That garbage can, as you see in that photo, was behind the fence at the time that he wrote the violation. The violations as to the business not being licensed, we did not realize. When he came for the second inspection, we have indeed updated our license. It has been licensed since the very first time he came, approximately 3 years ago.
Sir, do you have any?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Let me ask you a question. Do you have any objection to a 3-day limit to get the property in compliance, and the inspector can come out there again and make sure it's in compliance?
You said in 3 days the inspector will return, ma'am?
He has asked for 63 days for you to bring the property into compliance. Do you have an objection to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, Your Honor, I have no objection at all. This is George, the property owner. But all what he's saying right now, the inspector, with all due respect to the inspector, he told me, I said the property will be in compliance. He told me straight out like this. He said the property, even if it's compliance, you're gonna go to court, and I'll give you extension because this is continuous thing all the time. That's what the bond here is not. We are at the moment in compliance, but you want to extend it just to keep us basically on our toes.
Okay,
but the property is in compliance.
Okay, Mr. McCall, he'll go out there and he'll check and see if it's in compliance. But it has to remain in compliance, or you're going to be continued to be cited. It can't go, you can't comply for a couple of weeks and then stop complying. So
no, it's going to be always in compliance, ma'am. All these violations that are right now, they will be in compliance for at least 5-10 years.
Okay, 63 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Excellent.
For our remaining attendees, please raise your hand if you have a case we have yet to call.
If you're using a phone, hit *9 to raise your hand. Phone number ending in 7801. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 7801. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. All right, phone number ending in 3946. Hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, 3946. Hit *6 to unmute yourself.
As there appear to be no further respondents, we will start our non-respondent list. Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 20090271. Case address 416 Coconut Isle Drive. Owner 416 Coconut Isles LLC. Property posted 10/5/2020. Posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, rather. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20090271 for the property located at 416 Coconut Isle Drive. This property was first inspected September 9th, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swale. This is a recurring violation. Previous case is CE 19080257. The city is requesting 10 days to correct and a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Dorian Coloan, Senior Inspector Dorian Coloan, for case number CE 19020058. Case address 450 West Evanston Circle. Owner James E. Smith Estate. Property posted 10/12/2020. Posted at City Hall 10/14/2020.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 19020058. Case address 450 West Evanston Circle. This property was first inspected on February 1st, 2019, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there's storage in the front patio consisting of appliances and other household and miscellaneous items, and is creating a public nuisance, and it is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 18-12A has been complied. In 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle on the property. 47-39.A.1.B 6B, there is open air storage, which is prohibited in this RS 6.7 residential zone district. It is a prohibited land use per the ULDR section 47-39.A.11. There's coolers, tires, appliances, lawn equipment, a boat motor, and other miscellaneous items that are being stored at this property. 9-278E has been complied. 9-304B has been complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. 9308B has been complied, and 9-313 has been complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 27th, 2020, and it shows that the violations remain as depicted on the pictures. The city is requesting 10 days to comply, or $25 a day for all violations except for 9-305B. And for 9305B, the city is requesting 28 days to comply, or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dorian.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 19100003, case address 1108 Northwest First Avenue, owner First Fort Lauderdale Haitian Missionary Baptist Church. This property received certified mail on 10/13/2020 and was posted at City Hall on 10/14/2020.
Good morning again, everyone. Inspector Holloway, presenting case CE 191-00003, property address 1108 Northwest First Avenue. The property was cited by retired Inspector Stephen Bish on October 3rd, 2019, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B withdrawn, 9-308B complied, 9-306 complied, 18-4C complied, 47-20.20H. The surface of the parking area is faded, stained, and dirty. There are potholes and the surface markings are faded. Inspector Bish posted the yellow copy of the inspection report on the front door of the church. On December 3rd, 2019, he was in contact with the pastor of the church, who asked for and was granted additional time to come into compliance of the parking lot. I did speak with Mr. Frank Fraden this morning on the phone. He was having trouble logging into the Zoom. He asked for a 63-day extension to comply violation 47-20.20H, as that violation remains as depicted on the photo. So therefore, the city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 6 is Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE-20010439, case address 1220 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner John Malik. This property received certified mail on 10/13/2020 and was posted at City Hall on 10/14/2020.
Good morning again, everyone. Inspector Holloway presenting case CE 191. I'm sorry, presenting case CE-20010439. Property address 1220 Northwest 6th Avenue. The property was cited by retired Inspector Stephen Bish on January 13, 2020, and the following violations were observed. 24-27.B complied, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swell area. 47-34.A.1 complied, 9-279F complied, 47-20.20H withdrawn, 18-4C complied, excuse me, 9-306, the exterior building walls are not well maintained. There is dirty, faded, stained, missing chipping paint on the door and exterior walls. 9-304B, The parking facilities are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface is cracked and there are holes. The gravel surface is not contained and is spreading into the lawn, as well as the asphalt portion of the parking area and the street. Inspector Bish posted the yellow copy of the inspection report on the property. I met with the property owner, Mr. Malik, on Saturday, October 24th, to discuss the violations and correctives. He mentioned that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, that he was having some financial hardships and his tenants weren't paying and he's unable to evict them. A pre-hearing inspection conducted that same day, October 24th, shows that violations 9305B, 9304B remain, and 9306 remain as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 98 days to comply, or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linda.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Too.
On page 9 for Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 200070351 is complied. Our next case is on page 16. This begins our hearings to impose fines. I'm sorry. Case number CE-19120186, case address 2313 Northwest 6th Court, owner Claudia Valentine Estate. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $4,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
I'm sorry. Can you speak up just a little bit? I just tell me you're requesting imposing the fine.
Yes, ma'am, on page 16 for the first case, the city is requesting full amount be opposed.
Okay, so ordered.
And continues to accrue.
Yes.
No, it's
Right?
no, they're
No, they're all
complied.
complied, Rhonda.
Oh. Nobody here and no one's here? No one signed in?
No. Our next case is on page 20. Case number CE-19110997, case address 1931 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner Acelia Allen and Russell Allen. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $10,800 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $5,200 accrued. A total of $16,000 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
So ordered.
On page 20, case number CE-19050014 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 22. Case number CE-19120624, case address 2115 Northeast 37th Drive, number 236, owner Samuel D. Yohanan. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/1/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $150 per day, $10,200 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 22, case number CE-17100488, case address 121 Hendricks Isle, owner Parson LLC. This case was first heard on 2/15/18 to comply by 4/19/18. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $96,200 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 25. Case number CE 19091314, case address 1308 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Louis and Jaili Russo. This case was first heard on 1/16/2020 to comply by 3/5/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 26. Case number CE 19071828, case address 3400 North Ocean Boulevard, owner 3404 North Ocean Boulevard LLC. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $17,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 28. Case number CE 18101377, case address 700 Solar Isle Drive, owner Eugene A. Musso and Eugene A. Musso Revocable Trust. Case first heard 2/7/19 to comply by 4/11/19. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,900 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
On page 28, case number CE 19062022, case address 312 Northwest 7th Street, owner First Ebenezer Missionary Christian Church, Inc. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section complied at $25 per day, $75 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 29, case number CE 19041770, case address 1606 Northwest 13th Court, owner Hilda Rivera. This case was first heard on 8/15/19 to comply by 8/25/19 and 10/17/19. Suspended 1/16/2020 to 3/5/2020 and 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $25 per day, $3,850 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $2,250 accrued. In total, $6,100 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 34. Case number CE 19050466, case address 408 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Edgar and Marlene Pierre. This case was first heard on 1/16/2020 to comply by 3/19/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $2,700 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 35, case number CE 18081374, case address 801 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Thomas Vaughn and Richard Vaughn. Case first heard 9/19/19 to comply by 9/29/19 and 11/7/19. Suspended 2/6/2020 to 2/20/2020. Three sections complied at $25 per day, $7,950 accrued, and the city is requesting $1,700.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 36. Case number CE 18090502, case address 510 Northwest 24th Avenue, number 48, owner Summer Lake Villas LLC. This case was first heard on 8/15/19 to comply by 9/19/19, suspended 9/20/19 to 11/7/19, and 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $100 per day, $12,400 is accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,900 accrued. A total of $16,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue for the non-compliant violations.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 37, case number CE-20010102, case address 810 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner Buslam Development LLC. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/1/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 6/16/2020. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 37, case number CE 190608883, case address 1920 Northwest 9th Street, owner Johnny L. Alexander. Case first heard 9/19/19 to comply by 12/5/19, suspended 2/20/2020 to 4/24/2020, and 4/24/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $50 per day, $6,500 accrued. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $7,400 accrued. A total of $13,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 39. I'm sorry. Let me go back to page 38. For case number CE 190, I'm sorry. Case number CE 190811100, case address 666 West Broad Boulevard, owner Burger King Corp. number 43 in care of Ryan. This case was first heard on 1/16/2020 to comply by 1/26/2020 and 3/19/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Six sections not complied at $250 per day. $105,500 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On our next case on page 39, case number CE 190900851, case address 3050 Northwest 17th Street, owner Whole One LLC. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 2/20/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $11,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 40. Case number CE 18092-126, case address 1142 Northwest 15th Court, owner Vermilion and Italia Vernilis. This case was first heard on 3/7/19 to comply by 4/11/19. There are three suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $25 per day, $7,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 21. Case number page 41. Case number CE 200-60969. Case address 1432 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner Ari Property Fund LLC. This property was cited on 7/4/2020 to comply by 7/9/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day. $22,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 41, case number CE 200-70264, case address 2904 North Ocean Boulevard, numbers 1 through 4. Owners Olivier Lambert and Natalia Nadeau. This property was cited on 7/11/2020 to comply by 7/21/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $8,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 42, case number CE 200-70570. Case address 2600 Northeast 9th Street, owner Ocon Reacquisitions LLC. The property was cited on 7/14/2020 to comply by 7/20/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $19,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 45. For case number CE-19110757, the city is requesting to vacate the order of February 6, 2020.
So ordered.
The city is requesting that pages 48 and 49 be entered into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate virtual meeting for October 28th, 2020.
Good job, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everybody.
You too, Rhonda.